everybody! And welcome to today's Girls Frontline stream. Are y'all excited for the new Vector event? Because I know I am. Although real quick, I've been finishing up some daily stuff, so I'm probably just gonna double check which attachments Vector's good with. I think it's probably gonna be the burn one, but I want to be sure. Grab 2 of those for the daily. And then start trying to get her, right? Let's see, there we go. I wonder if she's actually good with the healing ones. Oh, no, fire boost. Not surprised. See ya, hello. Hi, Kuna. Hi, Sai. What does this mean? Ooh. They've been doing a lot of quality of life improvements and UI adjustments in this game, and I'm still getting used to all of them. I'm like getting surprised by each one that I see still. Too bad they didn't fix the whole music cutting out thing. If you kind of like alt tab from it. Also, I have too many attachments. I keep scrapping them and then I still have too many of them even after I scrap them. I'm just gonna quick select a bunch and then get rid of them. Please let me get rid of some. Okay. So how's everybody doing? Pretty sure Vector is an AR user. It shows it there, so gonna do the daily grind on that. Thinking about it, she would have the same attachments as Sharkry, maybe. Or at least have same beneficial attachments. So yeah, how are we all feeling the new UI adjustments? They have formation now, which lets you preset teams. And I think that's gonna be really good. I feel like I've never used presets like crazy, but they might be especially good for something like Gunsmoke Frontline, where you might not really want to change your teams around too much. Or having one that's really easy for story. I kind of like that they have the option for those that prefer it. I still really wish that they made a theater mode though. I think it'd be really helpful for people that didn't read the story yet. Also, as we can see, the new Colfin outfit is out, the saucy one. And it is going to be free, but I'm gonna have to work for it. I like how kind of it's just very, very saucy. It's even got these little notes you've got to collect, like they're almost Valentine's type notes. It would have been a really good outfit to release in February. Formation is a quick attachment changer. Yeah, there's that too. Now you don't actually have to work hard on swapping out all their node keys and all whatnot in between stuff, but I'm like too lazy to set that up right now. I'd have to sit down and set it up. Also, I think they have a training dummy in there as well. Not sure you access it though. Hi, Never in My Life. What's good? Welcome to the stream. Okay. I think for in terms of daily, I just have to farm something real quick. So let's just do level ones. 12 URs in a 10 pull is crazy. Oh, you mean what that got posted in the server, right? From Yu-Gi-Oh? I'm curious. I'm curious to see if there's whoever got that should have documented it, frankly. I want to see it. Like, I'm amazed. I want to see it. Even when I'm at my luckiest, I don't have Lucksack luck like that. I'm not saying I don't believe it, but I would love to see it. Alright. Hey, Fraga! Hi! Oh, you're raiding me today. Welcome in, everybody! I just started. I just started playing Girls Frontline. You were playing League of Legends? Thank you so much for joining us today. Also, thank you for the follow, Zytixify. Zytixify. Okay, there is another I in there. My bad. Welcome, everybody. You're just in time to watch me gamble. Doesn't everyone love gambling? We love gambling for waifus. Holy moly! Hi, Praga. I try to get everyone's name right. Can you max out a couple credit cards on Pulse? I don't know if I'll have to, but I'll try. I'll probably be using my entire stash. Look at my stash. I've been working on it. And I'm gonna be pulling for Vector, who has a cool gun and lights stuff on fire, which is very important to me personally. Look at that. Need. So yeah, you guys are all just in time to watch me gamble. When I'm not gambling, I'm playing Master Duel, as well as playing games like Cult of the Lamb and survival games like Project Zomboid. And I also been playing Wuthering Waves too. So it's nice to meet you, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to my stream. Praga Raid. Hi, Zero. Zomboid when? Zomboid is probably gonna be next week. I wanted to like take basically 1 week off of it so that I can set up my challenge run. Alright, I saw you slam Praga TV on Master Duel a couple days ago. Was that the duel where we were fighting Lunalights versus Bee Troopers? Because that was a good duel. I like that one. Hi, Kitsenya. Got you again. I got a lot of her, actually. I don't mind, though. Ksenya's one of the best, I guess, free-to-play units in this game. She's a really good 4-star. Oh. Is she an SMG? Actually, I might have pulled for the wrong attachments. Oh, well. I really like that Bee Trooper match. If we have another one like that, I would love it. But I also feel like I got super lucky. Oh! Is this Vector, maybe? Because this is a gold one. You can't hang around for long. That's okay. If you need to take a rest and just like chill out or lurk or leave, anything you need to do, that's fine. But thank you so much for bringing your community here today, Fraga. It's really nice to have them. Hi, everybody. Oh no, I got the wrong one. Well, you know what? I don't mind getting a couple more Sabrina dupes, so I guess this isn't too bad. Gold Sniper Trust. we got eat the girl. Too bad that's not the one I'm pulling for. Eat, woman. Oh, we're gonna try again. Close enough. Yeah, it's good enough. Trust. All right. Just a Colgate. A lot of no gold lights ones. If you don't see the gold lights at the start, that means you're not getting anything. Dang, Sabrina really clogged that up for me, huh? Oh, no. Looks like the luck in Woowa doesn't transfer. But at least I'm pretty close to getting the elite item again. There goes my whole stack! Alright, I'm gonna attach the dupes to everybody. Did I get a new skin? That's weird. Why is it telling me to change my attachments? Oh, calibrate? extreme calibration. Oh, yeah, I could do that now. I forgot that they added extreme calibrate. Time to bust out the credit card. Nah, I'm fine because we can get some more pulls from the event. You get nothing, you lose. Good day, stinky pocket trash dog. Yeah, I got nothing this time, I'm afraid. Except Sabrina dupe, I guess. That isn't too bad. I also got a weapon skin because of this SMG that I got. But it's the 3-star weapon skin and I never liked those. Thank you for the pets, Kuna. Here's where the dupes go. The only thing you get is Fortnite. Yeah, I'll be seeing you on Fortnite. Oh yeah! This is unlocked now. I kind of want to try it on her. It goes in the middle slot. You don't have to replace anything. That's sick. Now they have these extra neural buffs. But only for certain ones. Most of them don't have it. Yeah, sadly I don't have Sabrina built, so she's not going to be rocking her neural fortification yet. Trash Panda as a character win? What gun would I even use? I feel like I'd probably end up as a handgun user, funnily enough. So we can say she's 1/50th of a star. Can I at least be an event 4-star that's given out for free, but is pretty good? That's the one that I want to be. But yeah, I think my last thing I have to do is like give presents to people, so I'm gonna give them some presents. I almost forgot about the present thing. You get a unique weapon called the trash can. Come on, I think I deserve a little bit more than just trash can. I mean, I know there's a doll that actually just drops trash, but come on. You know, she's technically my favorite doll. Maybe we have an affinity. No, you don't agree. You don't agree with my assessment. Even though I'm saying that I share even though I share an affinity with the trash throwing doll, because there's one that technically does that. All right, and for the character that we were pulling for, this is the stuff that she does. You're 1/50th of a star, ultra rare, and your weapon is a trash can. I forget that they actually include dialogue for these characters now in the trial mode. I think that's kind of neat. Why did Cool Guy send me over to assist Team B in training? I'm so sleepy. Are you ready, Vector? The earlier we beat this, the earlier we get to rest. I don't think I can ever say I'm ready because something unexpected could always happen. Sorry, let's load up the enemy data first. Alright, then I'll start by serving the ball. No, start the battle. Hi, Sleeps. Vector's out? Yeah, she just came out today. Did I hear Michti say something strange? Is she sleep talking? Michti, are you still awake? The enemy's in a weird formation. Is there something wrong with the data we used? The 442? It's correct then. I straight up used some kind of sport formation for this. It's really troublesome to customize and place the enemies in unique formations after all. Come on, Victor. Let's finish this. I can't do this anymore. Is this a ball game match template? But where's the ball? Goliath. Ball. It makes sense. Yeah. Michti, she probably fell asleep. Okay then. This is Hyde 404, Team B Leader Vector, starting the training now. Green hair speedster dork who happens to be Klukai's sister? Is that Bielka? Are you talking about Bielka? Is she actually a character right now? Also, let's see. I want to see the abilities. Oops. I didn't mean to click on it. Well, hopefully they'll be fine. I got a bunch of support after all. Support dudes. Hey. You know, they kind of moved into a formation where it might be easier. Vivi is very fun to play with, especially when she firebombs everything like this. 'Cause that's definitely looking pretty fun. Okay, so far this doesn't seem too bad. Also, hi Bouncy Cactus. I just tried pulling for Vector, but I didn't get her, so I'm gonna have to try again later. I know she's also pretty good, much better at V1 than V0, so if I can, I would want to get a dupe, but I don't know if it will happen. Considering that I haven't even gotten one yet, it might be a bad sign. Ah, so that's how she sounds like. She's kind of quiet. I'm gonna have to keep that in mind when I'm trying to voice her. They're also rerunning Dushevnaya again. Also, did you all notice that the mode where you have to explore and walk around and snipe enemies is still here? I kind of knew it was gonna be seasonal. Or even permanent, so I'm kind of glad I was right on that. Vector's quite emotionless. Yeah, she seems to not react to things too much until she probably does all of a sudden. Look at him getting bullied. He's getting bullied. Bully him. Let's do it again. I don't really like that all their guns sound really the same because it sounds like a firing squad. Which I guess that's what it is right now because this guy is cooked. He's so gone? But yeah, I'm probably gonna end up skipping Dushevnaya again. Sorry, Dushev. I need Vector more. And I didn't get her last time. She's kind of in the same boat as Ulrid right now. I'm sorry, Ulrid, I like you, but I can't afford you. Rip Dushi. Rest in peace, Dushevnaya. Anyway, this is a new event that's dropping for Vector. I think it's gonna be a bit more of a smaller one. Like, I'm not completely sure there's even a mini game. Maybe that's in data node? Ah, no. You remember really liking Vivi back in the day due to her incendiary grenade? Glad to have her back. Hold on a minute. Sorry, I was just adjusting something. I think she still has that low self-esteem personality. At least the limited amount that I heard from her and looked in her trailer. She seemed to still be like that. But maybe it's not as bad anymore. She seemed a little insecure sounding when I just did that trial though. Yeah, it looks like a bit of a shorter event. Then again, Aphelion was so big that I don't blame them if they want it to be a little smaller. Probably gonna clear the 3 supply missions right now, so I have plenty of time for doing the story without thinking I'll miss it. She still is? Yeah, there you go. Because to me, she still sounded pretty insecure. Let's see. Seems like they're all weak to fire for the most part. And I guess water too. I like using the cheetah because I get to give out gold while also flexing the cheetah skin. She deserves all the head pats. Vector sounds like she would be really interesting to get to know during the story, so I'm kind of excited for it. Meanwhile, UMP 40 for some reason. I think she just came out in CN. I know that they brought back one that everyone thought might have actually gotten straight up killed. Yeah, there you go. I live, bitch. At least this means that some of them that people were really worried that they wouldn't see again are having another chance. They're getting another chance at life. That's just 45 Skizzle coming back to life. Yeah, she seems to make a clone of herself, like, out of what looks like a Pokeball. I guess it might be a different neural cloud. Also, hi Kohaku! I'm not sure how they planned to have it, but it seemed like she was rebuilt somehow. The real 40 is dead. That 40 is just 45 old-ass AI simulating 40 from 45's memory. Dang. It's getting dark! It's nice to have context on that though. So we're gonna be seeing the doll's coping mechanisms. At least them trying their best, right? Kind of like trying to rebuild a person in your mind. And then pretend that you can talk to them. But it's the version for a doll. Which they can probably, I guess, have a hologram of. It doesn't seem very healthy. Real question is, defy Team Win. You know what I was really looking forward to? I thought there was going to be more dusty journals and dusty memories for Klukai and Michti. But when I went to check, I didn't see anything like that. I wonder if they're going to add any more. Or the new characters that they're putting in. So I think the last bunch was like up to around Centaur Racy. I actually really liked reading the Dusty Memory segments. I thought it was really good world building. Also, I really like the way that the set design here is. It's very post-apocalyptic. I'm looking forward to it if all the stages are gonna look like this for the most part in story. You're afraid to ask what even is a dusty memory? It's this like cutscene that you can go watch for all of the dolls up to a point. Every single one of them has a cutscene where you get like dialogue you can read. And it tells a story from their past. Sometimes involving Commander, sometimes not involving Commander. Although the game never really explicitly brings them up to you, so I think they're really easy to not actually know about. They're basically lore bits. Oh, it's not in the dorm, no. Although it's similar to the dorm one. Here, I can show you where they are when I'm done with this. Yeah, it's in the server room. There's a version called the Dusty Journal, which has journal neural logs from the dolls. And then the Dusty Memories version is actual cutscene story, where they're talking to each other. Alright, let me go ahead and hop into it for a minute so I can show you where it is. Although it seems like you might have found it, just in case anyone else doesn't know about it. You click on Elno Server Room. You click on Traceback. You click on, I think, no, not Battlefield Echoes. I think it's Remastered Records. Yep, here it is. And they have Dusty Memories. And then the old cutscenes from the main story that you can rewatch, which is like theater room. And then all these journal entries, which shows like a whole bunch of story from the doll's point of view about their personalities and why they feel about things the way that they do. And there's even a reading guide out there on which order you should read them in if you want them to be chronological. So I read them in chronological order. They're pretty long though. You can spend a decent amount of time just in here. But yeah, I looked for some new ones that might be for Klukai or Michti, but I don't think there are any new ones yet. I could be wrong though, but I didn't see anything I didn't recognize. Anyway, I thought they were nice to read. I feel like if you don't know about them, you can have a nice weekend just chilling out and reading those. And you will learn a lot about the dolls. But yeah, for some reason the game never really explicitly points out that they exist. You kind of just have to find out about them by clicking around. At least I never felt like the game pointed them out as existing to me. And I always thought that was a bit sad. Anyway, this should be probably the last mission, the last supply mission stage that I do. Yeah, what's it looking like? I think I can keep the same team. It's not like it's been crazy hard. Yeah, here I can drop it. Honestly, I kind of have like an addiction to using Suomi. Like her shielding is just so chunky, I ended up just bringing her everywhere. I guess it's almost everyone though. Alright, I can blow those two up. This will make it easier. Sometimes I wish I had another alt low level team, but I've been building people one at a time to max now, so that kind of doesn't happen for me anymore like I used to have one. Since I was leveling up everyone at about the same rate. It'd be kind of neat to have a challenge team for the story though. Because not even the story challenge stages in these events tends to be that hard. I wonder if there's a reason why they're afraid of putting in a bit harder content. Wouldn't it be a little more rewarding? I know Arknights for sure wasn't afraid to make it really hard. I remember struggling on challenge stages in Arknights for a long time. He actually struggled a bit killing the giant deer from Aphelion in challenge mode. Yeah, some of them are a little bit tougher than others. I think... I don't remember if I did it in one go or not. I might have had to restart one time because of one doll dying. I just feel like it'd be nice to have one where you actually have to do a couple tries at it. And swap your team members around. Someone that makes you really think about your team comp. I'm not quite sure if those challenge stages are at that point yet. And maybe they're not meant to be. Because I don't know if that's what people are looking for, and I might just be the only one. When it first came out, CN complained it was too hard, so they scaled it down with global. Well, yeah, but now it's too easy. How am I supposed to feel that XCOM grind? Alright, let's see. Looks like a pretty straightforward story. No branching paths on this one. I think it'd be nice to tackle it. Story time! Are you all ready? Story time! I really like the menu music here. It's super chill. To be honest, the rest of the game is easy enough to just auto battle through, so it makes sense for challenge stages to have some kind of thought involved. Yeah, that's what I kind of mean. Like, I don't auto any of them, but a lot of them you can just unga bunga even if you're not autoing, and it doesn't really use up that much of your brain power. How am I supposed to feel like an ultra smart commander if none of the missions are very hard? You do like using underleveled dolls for events for some challenges? Yeah, I just wish I had more of them like that, but these days I'm not making that many underleveled dolls. Also, hi Zamatarasu, yes, me. It's your poker homie. Playing girls of frontline. 2, Exilium. I probably didn't make it sound like how they say it at all. I'm sorry I butchered it. Everything has been overturned. The cycle is set to repeat. Offer a piece of your soul and you shall be a player on the chaotic, absurd stage. Story time! Story time! Oh, that was quick. They just put me into simulation. I guess maybe it's implying that we're training right now? Okay, now with more JP accent. Gals of frontline. 2, Exilium. Hello, Tanasques. How is that? Does that sound more like it? I'm trying to do it like how they would announce it. Let's see. There are a lot of them with fire weakness again. If you fall asleep halfway through it, then you nailed Michi's line. It's not Michi if it ain't EP. Yeah, this is the first story stage, and they just plopped me right in here. I expected a whole visual novel first. Don't quit your day job? What does that mean? What does that mean? What do you mean by that? Just teasing ya. But I work night shift? I mean, it's fine. Having a day job is for non-raifus. Non-raifus, as they like to call them here. Or nerds. So we're all good here. My raifu is my life. Alright, can I just like... I'm supposed to let them out, right? Do I even have to? Like, they're plenty protected over here. They don't even need to leave. Yeah, I feel like I don't even need to open the door. They're just fine in there. Don't say A or draw 20. She can't handle that much, okay? Alright, let's just not let them out then. We're gonna leave him behind those walls, and that's fine. Bye. After 404 Combat Team A's arrival at the Elmo, word about the loosening of the agreement naturally reaches members of Combat Team B. With Klukai's permission, 404 Combat Team B, being led by Vector, also successfully rendezvous with the Elmo. Hi, Jeji. Hey! Are you eight? Are you eight enough? Eight! And just like that, Hyde 404, while still operating as an independent entity, will utilize the Elmo as a long-term base. Having just completed some combat simulation training, the members of Combat Team B return to the terminal. The progress bar on the monitor is at 100% and dense rows of data and statistical charts start scrolling down. Vector stares at the final combat evaluation score with a slight frown. You don't look very happy despite the decent score. We did just do a simulation, the immersion. Oh, I also really like her eye color. Look at how green those are. That's pretty. Dang. Peak NPC design right here. Well Rod! It's Well Rod! I don't recognize her, but I like her already. Vector. Candidness is the key to effective communication among teammates. So tell me, why are you dissatisfied with the score? Bet those are colored contacts, even if they are. They're still good. Although it would be funny to be wearing colored contacts and then glasses over them. I guess they might not be corrective for eyesight though. It's not about the score. Well, Rod, you didn't follow the operation plan we agreed upon beforehand. A good plan should be flexible enough to withstand change. As a mastermind behind the plan, I am well aware of this, but since you find it necessary, I don't mind doing a full debrief and review. They're both dolls and this makes sense. They can have as many different eye colors as they'd like. They're to be more sophisticated. The original plan was to immobilize the enemies with a stun grenade after breaking through the door. Rushi and I would then lay down suppressive fire from the front, while you and Harpsy would circle around and rescue the hostages. Yes, that's about right. You are correct, and you did your part. But your unexpected action affected the whole situation. Wellrod raises an eyebrow in acknowledgement. Indeed, I decided to deviate from the plan to eliminate a certain unit. I don't know why there was a chandelier in the lab, but I bet the interior designer who put it there would be glad to know that the fancy light fixture was the key to our victory. If there were designers on level 2, that is. Has it occurred to you that actively altering the environment could put us at a disadvantage? I think you should make it clear what exactly you're getting at to avoid any misunderstanding. Yeah, like, what's a chandelier doing in the lab? Are you sure the simulation's accurate? PTSD? Oh, maybe it is. The Hitman 47 strat of dropping lighting fixtures on enemies. But seriously, when I think of chandelier, I think of something that would be hung up in the ballroom, not in a laboratory. In other words, scattering glass everywhere wasn't exactly conducive to our subsequent actions or withdrawal. Shards of broken glass do no damage to doll frames. Yes, but they do harm the hostages. Pardon? Wellrod is confused for a moment. We have no medical dolls on our team. If a hostage gets injured and infected under such circumstances, we wouldn't have been able to fully complete our mission. Maybe they meant shop lights, chandeliers in the loosest sense. Yeah, sometimes the translation might not be one-to-one. So even when I'm thinking of chandeliers as a fancy lighting, it might have been just more like a normal lamp. You seem to have overlooked a very important detail. Our hostages were simulated. You're right, but when we're in the real world, our standpoints would be completely reversed. If we don't consider the hostages, we would be the ones who'd end up in a recycling plant. So I suppose the pain wouldn't last long. No matter how many points we score on level 2, we would just be T-dolls whose lives are ruined by video games. To be fair, that would be quite fitting for me. Also, you really should have notified us before making such a drastic move. If you look at the replay, Rushi clearly wasn't aware of your intentions, and so she couldn't coordinate with you despite being right next to you. Even if we suck, we should all suck together. Dang, I feel like the comments like that shows that she hasn't really improved on her self-loathing all that much. Nah, it's just a very bougie lab with a crystal chandelier, because why not? It's conducive to the experiments, okay? We're doing experiments of light refraction. So it's fine. Everything's fine. The battlefield is ever-changing. Opportunities wait for no one. Surely you know that as well. Also, I was kind of hoping that they would be voiced so I could get a better impression of what their voices are, but I'm just gonna have to make it up as it goes. Because I really don't know. You can't deny the fact that by dropping the chandelier on the enemies, I greatly reduced the threat they posed as well as the time it took to mount the rescue, thus increasing the hostages' chance of survival. Even in the real world, loitering at the scene would be more dangerous for the hostages than getting cut by shards of glass. But if the chandelier had been rigged with a bomb or grenade, things would have turned out very differently. So what do you want me to do? Apologize for something that didn't happen but could have happened in your pathetic, delusional paranoia? 45 just joined CN last month. I mean, true. Well, Red might join us. Even if she's more of a support unit, she might. Focus on the results, Vector, like a normal doll would. Sensing the tension in the air, Harpsy wrings her hands nervously. Rushi looks back and forth between her teammates and is just about to say something. Knock, knock. A knock on the glass interrupts the confrontation. The dolls all look toward the sound. Commander? The door slides open with a soft whoosh. I retract my gaze from the screen in the training room and direct my attention to Vector, who has jogged up to me. What is it, Commander? Are you here to supervise our training? No, I came to talk to you. Still, isn't the score a bit low for you guys? I guess the Commander and the Elmo have directly started training with Team B already, huh? I didn't expect the Commander to just walk in all of a sudden somehow. They got 3D model for at least, given that she was seen in the trailer for Riot Shield. Maybe that means that they're definitely gonna have her out later if they put in all the effort to make the model. Following my gaze, Vector glances at the data shown on the screen through the glass. Yeah, I didn't handle the problem very well. We have very different habits and ways of thinking. The adjustment process is proving a little challenging. I don't know if you've noticed, but rather than adjusting to each other, that sounded more like a full-blown argument to me. You heard it all then? Just a part of it, but things are getting pretty heated, haha. The way I see it, you do work well as a team, but maybe things may go more smoothly if you communicate in some other way? Ukai said as much. She told me to find an effective way of communicating with my teammates. But arguing is also a way of communicating, no? It may be a bit harsh, but through an argument we can all efficiently state our own needs and deepen our understanding of each other. Besides, Welrod's cutting remarks also serve as a regular reminder that this position of leadership just fell out of the sky for me, and that I have yet to prove myself worthy of it. Welrod, the change in the way she speaks was a bit dramatic, but I'm sure she didn't mean it that way. I do wonder what she has gone through. Her tone gets much sharper than it used to be. Yeah, the whole Team B appeared very early on in the announcement trailer with their beta designs. And now, apparently, me and Elmo crew are involved with them. Vector, what's your source? Well, Rod, trust me, bro. Trust me. It still beats my constant self-pity. At least she worked on becoming more persuasive. You see, on top of reaching an understanding, you also need to reach a consensus. You must also get Welrod to trust your concern and judgment if you value cooperation. But right now, both you and Welrod are still standing your ground and trying to force each other to accept your respective views. I hesitate as I gaze at Vector, who is now deep in thought. Vector was appointed as the leader of 404 Combat Team B by Klukai. It's clear to me that the biggest challenge that stands in her way of being a good team leader has nothing to do with her combat performance or battlefield awareness. The problem is with her personality and style. She fully acknowledges the problem, but that's all she does. She acknowledges it and seems perfectly content to resign herself to it. I suppose deep down, even Vector herself doesn't believe that she is up to the task. Klukai may give her some pointers, but she isn't really the type to give any encouragement. Sorry, that might have been a bit harsh. Since you're the team leader, I'm sure you have your own way of managing your team. Right, back to the subject. Have you seen the message that Klukai sent you? Vector pulls out her communicator immediately. There's an unread message. Michi's training plan? What? I will be out on a mission of Klukai. Andres and Bielka are also coming with us. Michi's frame is still under calibration, so we'll leave her behind on the Elmo for now. However, Klukai has put together a training program for Michi because she's worried that Michi is going to sleep the whole time we're away and completely neglect her essential data calibration. Sounds about right. She said you never replied to the message she had sent you, but she's busy preparing for the mission, so I came to follow up on that for her. You want me to supervise Michi's training? That's right, I believe Klukai would like Combat Team B to bring her along for your training as well. Don't go easy on her, not even in a 4v1 or a relay fight. 4v1 would be a bit too... I've included all the things to note and precautions to take here. In any case, just make sure her head isn't always attached to her pillow. OMG, I just read one of her affection journey and Vivi got fired once because she told some lady that her baby is too ugly. When you're a little bit too honest as a doll, maybe Colfin's onto something with having one of those filters. For medic dolls. Maybe they need some of them sometimes. Fine. I hope Michi won't find the fight against me too underwhelming. Vector's pessimism is a bit of a headache, but since I'm set to depart, I'll leave it till after I come back. Basically, Klukai wants you to take over as Michi's leader while she's away. So don't hold back and be as strict as you want with her, Vector. I'll do my best, but only if I can even wake Michi and get her to attend her training. Yeah, she's very downer. I just met her, and I don't think she's improved from before all that much, if she was also a downer. Ma'am, your child is a filtered abomination. Your child is redacted looking. After returning to the training room, Vector informs her teammates of the arrangement made by the commander and Klukai. Oh, looks like our great team leader has switched careers and become a nanny. Vector ignores Welrod, who is still hung up on the argument they were having. Let's call it a day. Submit your reports before 6. I'll read through them after I finish supervising Michi's combat simulation for today. Girl, you sold the boss on your PB. Have some confidence. I think that's what's really hard for her. She seems to be programmed against it. Percy speaks up a little timidly from her corner. What is it? Actually, may I supervise Michi's training? Yeah? You're actually volunteering for a mission, see? No, I was going to supervise Michi's training to begin with as a favor for the air. Why? Because the EW tactical module she is using to debug her data, specially developed by the air at Klukai's request. I also participated in the development of the module. Since the air has disembarked and returned to the safe zone, he asked me to monitor the operation of the module. TMP, you're freaky and shy dork. You mean Harpsy? Because I don't know their old names too well. But she seems to be the shy one here compared to... Ruchi, I think her name? An advanced tactical module? Sounds pretty interesting. No, not really. It's all rather boring. So, you know, since I'm supposed to be doing it, please let me. I understand. However, since Kukai has assigned a mission to me, I must be present. Harpsy, you're staying with me. Harpsy's face freezes a little comically as she struggles to respond. Okay. I'm staying too. Why are you also staying, Well-Rod? I would love to see for myself what kind of advanced training Team A undergoes. Problem? No. If Well-Rod is also here, then it's all over. In that case, Vivi, count me in as well. I'm sure you have better things to do. I want to spend more time with you, Vivi. Please? Staring into Rushi's expectant eyes, Vector lets out a sigh. Suit yourselves. Just make sure you submit your reports by 6. I like this team dynamic already. They seem like they're a mess. I love a mess. A good mess. Alright though, I will be going AFK for a minute or two to use the bathroom. I apologize for the suddenness of it. But I do have a big need to, so I'll try to be as fast as I can. Alright, going to AFK, so get a stretching if you'd like. It's good for your body. Be right back. Here we go. Hi again. I'm back. And yeah, I did pull for Vector. I dropped all my collapse pieces and I got a bunch of 4 stars and a Sabrina. I am hoping that by doing some of the story stuff though, I'll collect enough to try for Pity again and see if I get a Vector. Because I'm actually pretty close to it. So yeah, hi everybody. I'm going to be returning to the story stuff now and collecting data note things and all that. Let's see what's in the cyborg shop. Dang, I went and I got my master's degree in that break. Oh, hi, Kamikita. Thank you very much for the raid. How are you all today? It's great to meet you. I'm Pompolka. I don't think I've seen you here before. How's farming going? Oh, I'm not really farming. I'm doing the new story. I'm just directly doing the story event. Also, thank you so much for following. Are you also doing the new Vector story as well? I tried pulling for her, but I didn't end up pulling her yet. Kinda sad about that. You were doing the new Vector story? Okay, maybe then I won't spoil you, hopefully. If you do feel the need to leave because you might get spoilers, then I understand. You lost the 50-50 twice and you lost the 75-25 on the weapon. Oh, so you finished it. I see. It's really nice to have you guys here. If you want, you can rewatch the story with me. Because that's what I was about to do. And pray that I get some more pulls for Vector. I kind of did just now. I wonder how many more that I can open up though. I could get some collapse pieces, so there's that. I'm not sure if it's enough, however. Maybe if you're here, I will get luckier. Shall we try luck sacking a bit more? Let's luck sack a bit more. Oh, maybe it's happening. Guys, it's happening. No way you actually made it gold since you're here. Bring the luck to the stream. I'm in the soft pity range. Yeah, I'm really hoping it's not another pity. Anyway, Cheetah is cheating, so... I bring luck to others, not to me. That happens. I feel like whenever you go to another stream and then they're about to pull, they end up getting it way easier than you do. No way, I think it's her. I think we actually brought her here. I don't recognize this one. And also she's really quiet. Oh, yep, that's Vector. Well, you did it! You brought Vector here with you! So, I guess I got her! I have never seen other people lose 50-50. In fairness, I got a Sabrina earlier. So... I did lose that 50-50. This would be the second one. But hey, you brought Vector with you! You did it! If you lose it, the first one, the next one's guaranteed. Yeah, but I also expected to have to hit it the hard way. Like, I didn't actually hit the pity amount, yeah. I thought it was gonna take longer. Thank you, Bringer of Luck. The great luck bringer, Kamikita! It's all thanks to you! Also, I'm really looking forward to this skin. I think it's really nice. Even though I don't use Colfin for anything anymore. So at 60 summons in the rates jump up? I didn't the rates jumped up like that, but still, I've had to hit it the hard way before. And she is really quiet. I feel like if I tried to talk in her accurate sort of volume during the story, no one would hear me. Because she's really quiet. But I do like her. She's got a very cool design. Her outfit slaps. Alright, game time. Let's go! Let's do it! Michti feels a light shove on her arm. Her auditory module, which has been inactive while in sleep mode, activates instantly. Neurons firing. Wake up. That doesn't sound like Klukai. The shove also felt a lot less violent than usual. In that case, I'll just... Yeah. If you don't get up this instant, I'll confiscate all the manga on the floor, you hear? No. That's not a print collectible edition of Doll X Family, signed by the manga artist. It's super expensive. Hi, Susie. Hi, Suki. Am I saying it better this time? I'm trying to remember my Suki training. My Suki pronunciation training. I've been working on it. Also, give me a second. Just want to adjust something. Here we go. How you doing? We're playing some Exilium today with the dolls. OMG, like I am like your biggest fan. Like OMG, can we get a selfie? Like OMG, this will look so good on my Instagram. But is that the only thing you have to say for me working on your name? If the manga's so valuable, why was it left on the floor? You know, that's a good question. I think it's just because she's lazy. She's too lazy to even put it away properly. No! Oh, I already read that. Michi performs a spectacular kip-up. Kip-up? I guess it's supposed to be kick-up. Maybe. From the beanbag sofa. She relaxes visibly once she sees who it is. Is kip-up actually a thing? I'm curious. Ah, okay. It's a rising handspring. So that is an actual pose. She was handspringing up from the beanbag sofa. That's actually pretty impressive. The best way I can say is I think you're cute. Aww. Sorry, I'm trying to adjust it so that I look better when I'm reading. So don't mind me fixing stuff. But yeah, we are currently doing a big story time. And it's the events kind of picked up right off from where Aphelion was, and we're actually exploring the relationships between the dolls in Squad B of the Heights 404 squad. And they're gonna try to train the laziest person of all time. So we'll have to see how that goes. Oh, it's you, Vector. Here, I invite you to appraise this beanbag sofa together with me. I spent a fortune on it. It's much comfier than that couch in the lounge. You see, the moment you lie down, as much as I want to join you, this isn't the time. I'm KRO. If it ain't dearest polka chat, pet her! Yay, petting, patting, happy! Welcome to stream. We're doing the Vector event, so I hope you don't mind any spoilers today. Michty is utterly deaf to what Vector is saying, as if she's just flipped a switch. I really didn't want it to come to this, but according to the guide that Klukai has left behind, this would be the most effective thing to do. Yeah, Vector's out! Look, she's here! Her event and everything is here. I don't know how people can find beanbag chairs comfy. They look like they'd be killer on your spine. They're probably not that good for your posture, I would agree. Well, maybe when it comes to sleeping, it's not so bad, as long as you're not sitting up to stare at something. Maybe you can just almost lie down on one. With a helpless sigh, Vector grasps Michty by the arms, lifts her up, and shakes her back and forth with great force. Hold on. Something will come loose at this rate. All right. I'm getting up. What the heck? You're starting to act more and more like Klukai. What happened? Aren't we supposed to be best friends with the Beanbag Club? You have 7 hours to complete today's combat simulation training. If you don't complete it in time, Klukai will be notified that your training is behind schedule. It's fine. Klukai isn't even here. I'm sure even the training conference will be postponed. Hang on, how do you know about my training program? Klukai asked the commander to task me with supervising your training before she left. Even though I don't really think someone like me is in any position to supervise others. Oh, come on! She actually recruited a snitch? She even kicked up such a big fuss and got the commander involved? Wait, don't tell me she's also giving you the switch that determines my fate! What switch? Oh, nothing. Oh no, Victor! Don't take everything so seriously. Remember the first tenet of our Beanbag Club? Never do anything now that can be put off until the last minute. Michty, get up! You can't be working on your beanbag sleeping posture this way. We gotta get you outside. 7 hours is a really long time, you see? I don't remember joining any club. Get up. Klukai didn't mention it in her message, but I'm guessing I will be held responsible if you don't complete your training in time. Seeing that she can't weasel her way out of this, Michty slides off her beanbag sofa reluctantly. Trying to guilt trip me now, damn it! Klukai is becoming more and more like Leva. Oh, Michty! Morning! Isn't it almost afternoon? You guys on Team A sure are laid back. Michty looks around the training room wordlessly and turns toward Vector. So just how little does Klukai trust me to have arranged such an over-the-top surveillance team for me? Maybe the two of us are the ones she doesn't trust. Whatever, Harpsy, make the preparations. Okay. Harpsy links Michty to the control terminal. She hesitates for a moment after entering level 2, but then proceeds to activate the module. Turn on the monitoring device and project her level 2 onto the screen. Do we need to be that thorough? I believe by supervising, Klukai meant watching her every single move like a hawk. What's the matter with you today, Harpsy? Why do you seem so tense? Do I? Look, Vivi, the image on the screen looks a bit strange. Prompted by Rushi's exclamation, Vector looks toward the screen. It is not showing the scene of a combat simulation. In the center of the black screen, an hourglass icon keeps rotating and lines of text start emerging. Constructing world framework. Formulating achievable objectives. Sowing tiny seeds of malice. A happy ending. What is this? Just then, a new image appears on the screen. The city from a bird's eye view is deserted. It appears desolate, dilapidated. The image lurches, then starts diving downward. A black spot on the ground grows ever larger. As the camera dives, new text appears on the screen again. The once prosperous and beautiful city fell into decline under the ravages of invaders. As a guardian, it is your unavoidable duty to eliminate them. Young one, go and create a legend. The subtitles disappear as the camera approaches the ground. It gradually becomes clear that the black spot is in fact a doll armed with a gun. She's facing a horde of enemies that are ready to attack. Oh! That's Michti! I wonder if Klukai has somehow gotten a game version of the training in order to convince Michti to do it. Even she's saying it. It's not a bad idea to gamify training. Well done, Harpsy. Michti out here playing a self-insert JRPG? I wonder if they even planned this or if this is hacked somehow. Michti, what's going on? Uh-oh, it's starting. Let's talk after this game. You know what? I think it'd be funny. Let's do it. She's gonna be JRPGing this on her own today. Hell yeah. Win within 5 turns. Okay, I got this. I so got this. She's fine. Dang it! That was a 5th turn. I was so close, too. After making quick work of the enemies, Michti holds up a big V sign. At the same time, the words, "Level up!" pop up over her head. Harpsy, get her on comms. Right. On the screen, Michti jumps as she is startled by something. Then she turns around and leans in closer. Wow, so the monitoring device looks like a flying camera on level 2. It's even equipped with comms. Disguise as a familiar that follows a girl around, A distasteful yet classic trope. Looks like you've been reading the manga I gave you, Harpsy. So I'm guessing you'll have to enter a contract soon enough, eh? Harpsy? Thank you for the hydrate in the pack swipe, ref. Hmm. What? I? What's this all about? Under Vector's impassive gaze, Harpsy finally stops wringing her hands and starts feeling with the edge of her coat instead. Oh gee, you're here before the wee hours of the night. Oh, yo, that's crazy. Hi. And yeah, you're here very early. What's up? Everything good with you? We're going through story time in Exilium today. So I will warn you that there would be spoilers for it. It's a plugin. It introduces video game mechanics into combat simulations. The plot is generated by an advanced AI. It makes training more fun and interesting. I don't think we will find anything fun and interesting once Kukai finds out about this. You had a chance to wrap up your day early, so here you are, vibing? Well, the music here has actually been a good, kind of like laid-back atmosphere, so I think you're gonna find it all great. I've been enjoying the OST for this event so far. I know you've been spending a lot of time on forums for game devs lately, but this mod wasn't your idea, was it? It's... Oh, it's my idea. I asked Harpsy to whip this up. What are we, some kind of girls frontline 2 Exilium? Are we all the girls that are on the front line? Is this our front line? Don't you find the training these days really dull? I just can't get fired up. But is it really a good idea to turn combat simulations into games? I've actually done my research, you know. The concept of gamification has been introduced to many jobs and business activities these days. Experimental results show that it significantly improves employees' enthusiasm and productivity. We went from sleep-deprived office worker to stoic gun lady. Yep, that's the transition we're having right now. And way too much sleeping from this lady. All this little gremlin wants to do is sleep. She's like the complete opposite. For the sake of 404's training efficiency, I don't mind volunteering as a lab rat to test this out. Where's your proposal? Huh? Your investigation report and analysis. It's one thing that you didn't tell me, but you actually put it into practice before clearing it of Kukai? Well, if I told that tyrant right from the start, my ingenious plan would have been nipped in the bud. But training shouldn't be a game. Evie and I played a video game about warfare before, but it cannot really be applied to training. Since it's for training, I'm sure Hopsy has considered the issue of applicability to lump her in with a certain dork on Team A who only ever thinks about sucking and playing is doing her a disservice. Hey, I can still hear you. I'm not questioning Hopsy's ability, or Michti's. The issue here is that you shouldn't have kept us in the dark about this. Yeah, Michti was kind of wrong for this. She hijacked her own training program, and now they might get in trouble for it. Anything can happen in such an unstable operating environment. You are being very perceptive of potential dangers in certain situations, but don't forget, this is just a game plugin. This might be too personal, but were you ever a theater kid? Actually, no, I wasn't. I was a band kid, if anything. I never did any theater. I only pretty much started trying to do voice acting voices for these streams. Just because I thought it might be fun to read them out in different ways than just the same way every time. Oh, don't take any damage in virtual space. Why don't you give your worst case scenario algorithm a break? Kinda same but different, I suppose. Don't tell me this is about to be die in a game, die in real life situation. Nah, I don't think so. This is just a combat sim for dolls that can do that in their brains. If anything, she would probably just get a scolding for failing it. It's not really that much of a game as much as it is them running calculations. They are all computer people after all. They're basically robots. Harpsy gradually starts to regain her composure. She peers at Vector woefully. Wellrod's face appears calm, but her eyes still flicker with emotion. You see, on top of reaching an understanding, you also need to reach a consensus. You must also get Welrod to trust your concern and judgment if you value cooperation. But right now, both you and Welrod are still standing your ground and trying to force each other to accept your respective views. To reach a consensus, maybe I should yield a little? Hot robots? I mean, yeah, that's why they're called dolls, right? Because they look like an ideal woman. Come now, let's not argue. I'll tell Tsukai about this later. She'll probably tell me off, but no biggie. If I don't start playing, training, I'll get a demerit for falling behind schedule. In the end, Vector lets out a soft sigh. Fine, carry on with your training. I doubt we'll be able to contact Tsukai or the commander anytime soon. Alright. But I'm also taking part. Evie? Oh, well, I don't mind. You gave me such an earful, but you just want to play as well, eh? No, I'm just worried you'd run into problems that you can't solve. With guns, and some with PTSD. All these people, these dolls have problems. A lot of problems. Also, so does Commander, to be fair. Also, if I don't experience it myself, I won't be able to report to Klukai on its implementation. Oh, how very serious and responsible of you. Harpsy, log me in too. Okay. I'll change it to 2-player mode. Sadly, I'm probably gonna have to redo it because I didn't get to do it in 5 turns or less. I wonder if it would have been easier to do it if I didn't go into Dreamquake mode. Oh, tryout duel is here. I'm guessing it was pretty simple though. Alright, are they gonna let me skip it? I don't see the skip button. Here it is. And in our tryout, did they give you loners or do you just have to slap together a deck? Let's see. Let's just clear it really quickly. He did Spider OTK. That might be fun to give it a try. I'm sure even if you had to slap together a deck, it's not hard at all since all you have to do is construct a bunch of N's and R's. And I mean, everybody has a ton of N and R powder. So it's not like that's too hard. Maybe. I know that, like, things like Evil Seed are not N and R though. So without the starter, it might be a little hard. I think a lot of Chatrix cards are technically not above R as well, but I would have to double check because I know a bunch of the boss monsters are. But yeah, the back row removal of the reptile one is gonna be really strong. Maybe I could make some bee troopers and mix them in. You should probably snipe him from here, right? Oh, no, too far away. Alright. This way I'll get the extra point for doing it really fast. I did it with Michty before and I did it in 6 turns. So close. Michty solo. Alright. The overgrown weeds and cracked soil beneath Vector's feet stretch all the way to the high walls surrounding the city in the distance. Using the watch-like operating device fixed on her wrist, Vector opens the area map. On the map, the red cursors representing her and Michty are drawing closer together. You know, I'm kind of glad they were taking a break from main story in this event. Not that I dislike that the main story is being told in a lot of the events, but it felt like everything was extremely dramatic, and this one might be a little bit more slice of life, like the doll colony. Had a bunch of really chill moments too. So I think it's kind of a nice different perspective right now. Vector, over here. The wind carries Michty's holler. Vector studies her surroundings. Her attention is immediately drawn to a red telephone booth not far from her. She then catches sight of Michty, who is bouncing up and down right next to the phone booth, waving her arms around. Her hair is frizzy and messy, like a bunch of weeds. Vector the Brave, are you ready to set upon this adventure with me? I think I am. No, you're not. But that's all right. Michty the Great Prophet will guide your way. Come, head inside. Michty points at the red phone booth. What's this? You'll find out when you get in. Vector's ushered into the phone booth, which looks decidedly out of place with its surroundings. Then at Michty's insistence, she picks up the receiver and puts it against her ear. Hello, Rocket Jumper. Welcome to the stream. We're having story time. The girls frontline. How are things going for you? I will say, if you don't want to be spoiled on the story, this might not be the best stream, considering we're going to be going through the whole thing, but we're going to be voice acting it, so it'll be fun. Or at least I'm doing my best to give everyone a different voice, because I think it's nice. So yeah, we're just hanging out and Raiding the Dolls, having a bit of an interesting training program. Apparently, Michty needs to do some training to recalibrate herself after the big Aphelion event. And Team B has been left in charge of that, since Klukai's too busy. But will they be able to train her when she's such a handful? After a soft click, a mechanical female voice comes from the other end of the line. Saving game. Do not disconnect. Saved. You are fully restored. Vector hangs up and exits the phone booth. She realizes her HP bar is full again. So it's a save point. Save points are super important. You can only level up and restore to full health at save points. Whoa, how can you jump 3 levels in an instant? Your level is even higher than me, the Great Prophet. I killed several elites on the way. So you get more EXP from farming elite mobs? That shouldn't be the case. Are you really a Michty? Of course I am. Why do you ask? Your energetic demeanor and genuine effort in problem solving are incongruent with my neural records. I told you as much. Gaming can boost enthusiasm. If you were this enthusiastic in real life, Kukai wouldn't have... Whoosh! The sound of a bullet slicing through the air. Sniper, 11 o'clock. The 2 dolls dive to the side of the road. The next second, a bullet hole appears on the spot where they were just standing. Vector promptly draws her submachine gun and aims it at the source of the shot, but she freezes at the sight of their attacker. The doll standing on the slope not far away sports corkscrew twin tails that are most familiar to Vector. Relax, that was just a greeting. But her attitude is utterly unfamiliar. Huh? Rishi? Why is she also in the game? That's not Rushi. What? Who are you? Runa Crystallis lies just ahead. It is not a place meant for morons like you. I've seen too many who risked everything trying to make a fortune, but ended up paying with their lives. Rushi, who bears the name tag number 90 above her head, continues her monologue as if she hasn't heard Vector's question at all. You're right. Rushi doesn't talk like Fukai. What? You don't know Dr. Runa Crystallis? Vector's a pyro unit? Yep, she's gonna be on the burn team. I wonder if she synergizes well with Centaur Racy. The technology of converting collapsed crystals into crystal energy has won this city worldwide renown. Just how ignorant are you? Collapsed crystal? Crystal energy. Crystal energy has made Runa Crystallis the most prosperous and affluent city in the world, and it is the best place for us crystal hunters to find jobs. Unfortunately, the largest arterial crystal pipe in there exploded, and the radiation released led to the creation of countless invaders. It was all because of the wanton destruction they caused that Runa Crystallis is in this sorry state. Rushi's tone and gestures become increasingly impassioned. It's almost as if a spotlight is shining on her as she soliloquizes. But even as a set of ruins, the remaining collapsed crystals in Runa Crystallis still attract countless fools who dream of getting rich overnight. If you are just headless flies driven by greed, I advise you to turn around and scram as fast as you can. What the hell is she even on about? Huh? You're not headless flies, you say? Then who on earth are you? After that, Rushi freezes like someone has pushed a pause button on her. She just stares at them unmovingly. Two lines of text appear in front of her out of thin air. A. We are not headless flies. B. We are guardians who have come to save the city. She seems to be automatically filtering what we say. These two lines are responses. Oh, maybe? What? Maybe we're in a cutscene, and these two lines are choices that will set us on different plot branches. In that case, Rushi, no, this number 90 must be an NPC? NPC. HD, have you ever encountered this when you used your plugin previously? Nope. The plots are all really simple. It's either slaying a dragon to save a princess or collecting little beasts as pets. Aha! Why don't we just ask Harpsy, the creator of the plugin? Harpsy, what's going on here? But the surveillance camera simply flutters around them, giving no response. Strange, the comms line's disconnected? Oh, then let's just randomly pick an answer. Mishti reads the two lines quickly. Let's not beat around the bush and just state our identity. We are guardians who have come to save this city. Wow, that sounded pretty badass. Rushi comes to life again after receiving a new input. Guardians? Could weaklings like you actually be guardians? Since you're guardians, I have no reason to stop you, though I seriously question your ability to save Runa Crystallis. How dare you question us? To prevent you from a humiliating death, I have some information to share with you. Invaders will regenerate infinitely in this radiation and can only be eradicated by using a secret weapon that can cleanse the radiation. The secret weapon is in a research institute in the northwest corner of Runa Crystallis. I have guided many people there, but none have returned. If you're sure about this, follow this road and head north. There is a border terminal, which is the only entrance to this sealed city. And here are some supplies for you. Zone map, outskirts of Runa Crystallis, obtained. Ammo, quantity 36, obtained. Main story quest updated. Head to the research institute in Runa Crystallis. As the mechanical female voice speaks again, the dolls feel a soft vibration on their wrists. You know, I thought for a minute that might be my phone, but it's actually the doll's phone. Now go and complete your mission. Stop taking up space here. But that Rushi freezes again. Almost at the same time, a frantic voice shrieks from the surveillance camera. Evie, that wasn't me. I would never call you a fool or a moron. Delete that from your neural logs. I actually find her assessment quite pertinent. Evie? Don't worry, even I could tell that wasn't you. Get Harpsy on the line. Okay, but promise me you'll delete that. Harpsy, here you go. Harpsy's voice now speaks from the camera. Vector! Why did the comms line get disconnected just now? It didn't. So enhanced gaming immersion. Voice input is automatically disabled when entering a cutscene. A cutscene. So that number 90 really is an NPC. The camera's got them... got them Persica ears, it feels like. Yes! The creative AI implanted in the plugin can only write very simple things in the early stages. After a period of time, it will learn and upgrade itself by reading the subject's neural logs. Maybe this is why Michi had never encountered any NPCs before. Reading the subject's neural logs. That's right, due to a lack of R&D funding, some of the settings as well as the NPC's models and appearances are randomly extracted and recreated from dolls that have taken part in past combat simulations under neural logs. That doesn't seem like they have the consent to do that. Are you guys sure this is fine? This feels like a very familiar conflict right now, though, of what AI has been doing. So that wasn't really Rushi, but merely a character of Rushi's appearance data. The personality is based entirely on the plot generated by the AI. A carbon copy in terms of physical appearance, with a completely different personality. Oh boy, that's pretty interesting. I'm getting really excited about what's gonna happen. Does this Runa Crystallis she mentioned exist in reality? No, they just grabbed some information about collapsed crystals and made up the rest. Perhaps to ease Vector's concern, Harpsy adds cautiously. Don't worry, it's all just for internal use. None of it is uploaded to the network. Our data is totally safe. Understood. Vector nods. I have no more questions. Let's go, Michi. Now that we have the new map, we should continue to explore. Oh, you seem to be even more fired up than me, Vector. See, gamification does work. Perhaps, but being more fired up than you isn't something that warrants much praise. Following number 90's instructions, the two dolls enter the border terminal without much hassle. The deserted building appears spacious and empty. A gloom of the unknown lies beyond the turnstile. Wow, it looks almost like a passage that leads to some kind of alternate dimension. Watch your step. What? Michi dodges aside out of reflex. When she looks back, she realizes it's just a broken limb of an eyelid. Dang, why is she throwing out so much shade? Who taught her sass? If you mean Vector, she's been getting very, very sassy. Sassy towards everyone else, and then she just self-deprecates instantly afterwards. Kind of feels bad. Now that I take a good look, the whole place is littered with eyelid remains. I have a bad feeling about this. Once we go through this passage, we should be in a city. Then again, every time I see characters talking to Michi, there's like a 50-50 chance the next line is gonna be Michi sass. Everybody kind of disses Michi, and then wonders why she doesn't try. Vector peers at Michi's health bar. By the way, I've been meaning to ask. What? What's that grayish-white thing underneath our health bar? It goes on periodically. Oh, All of a sudden, a piercing howl interrupts her conversation. Vector's eyes flash as she darts a glance behind her. Yeah, this Vector seems to be the biggest Debbie Downer in the game so far. Yeah. Relatable. Doc, enemy attack. We are facing an unknown number of enemy units. Let's keep our distance for now. These footsteps. Whoa, it sounds like there are quite a few enemies. Vivi's specialty is burning everyone and herself down, be it grenades or verbal. Let's just try to handle them to the best of our abilities. Okay, I'll take this side. Alright. Just checking what kind of units they are. A lot of them are weak to water here. And fire too, though. Yeah, I guess I'll do it like this. Yo, the music is so dramatic. It feels like we're actually heroes in a JRPG almost. Alright, let's just shoot the box. I think that should take both of them out. Yep. Yay, LTK! Or FTK, more like. Bang! The last unit is shot through the head and topples to the ground even while it's lunging forward. Standing in front of it is Vector, who didn't manage to raise her gun in time. Her finger remains still on the trigger. Ew, that was close. Are you okay? Vector straightens up. She curls her fingers and uncurls them again tentatively. I was unable to move due to some kind of force, but I seem to be okay now. Oh, that's because your stamina bar was down to 0. Stamina bar? You know, the grayish-white thing that you were just asking me about. Any big movement like jumping, rolling, etc. consumes stamina. If your stamina bar is empty, you won't be able to move and will have to wait for your stamina to recover. To do that, Michi the Prophet suggests you move and cut your enemies while recovering your stamina. Don't make any big movements unless you absolutely have to. I see. But how do you define big movements? Any movements other than walking. That doesn't seem very reasonable. Tut. What are you talking about? This is the essence of this kind of game. Stamina management is the key that sets noobs and pros apart. You still have much to learn, newbie Vector. But in reality, unless there's some kind of malfunction, dolls don't experience such interruptions to their power supply before their battery runs out. I can't think of any real benefit this mechanism brings to actual combat in the real world. Well... Michi seems to be devoting a lot of computational power to pondering this question. Her brow furrows deeply. The game doesn't apply to real life. It can reduce unnecessary maneuvers, conserve energy and power. See, at the end of the day, energy and power aren't infinite. I personally disagree, but I will note this down and let Klukai and the commander be the judge of that. Ugh, we're having so much fun here. Why do you have to keep bringing up the bad ending that awaits me? As they converse, they step over the remains of the Elid and head towards the turnstile. Neither of them notices its almost imperceptible twitch. Uh-oh, might be respawning. The bad enemies are gonna rejoin and make them fight again. It's actually kind of funny to read the dolls talking about gaming mechanics so much. And even yapping about their stamina bars in the sim. I wonder if that's gonna be kind of like the pattern for this. Sort of like the characters being imported into a video game type of story. It was not the direction I thought this was gonna go in. When I first saw the event screen for this particular event, I thought it was gonna be really serious, but it doesn't feel all that serious so far. It's very slice of life. With a soft click, Vector and Michti exit the phone booth. Before them lie the familiar weeds and cracked earth. The bloody text, "You died," remains hauntingly fresh in their memory. Oh no, they got the Dark Souls text. Wait, why are we here again? You returned to the last save point only when you died. So clearly, we just died. How? I have no idea. I was talking to you, so I didn't see anything, but something probably ambushed us from behind. Just then, the surveillance camera pipes up while circling around them. Vivi, I saw it! It was the Elid that you shot down. It was feigning death. It was the one who attacked you from behind. Elid? It feigned death? We've been had. Should have known there would be such sneaky-ass moves in this kind of game, yep. Hang on, am I being ignorant here? Have you ever seen an Elid that knows how to feign death? I haven't, but that doesn't really rule out the possibility. When it's a matter of life and death, even the poor Elids have to pick up some cunning tricks. I have been mostly listening to the stream in the BG, but was that a cat-eared harrow? Well, it's a camera that's floating around, and it's the communication that they're using between the dolls on the outside and the dolls here inside the sim. It does have cat ears, though. It reminds me a lot of Persica's cat-eared stuff, and how she likes adding them to everything. It's totally a harrow. What exactly is a harrow? Is it from another game series? If it is, it might be a reference considering they're in a game right now. They reference it as if it's something like a magical girl familiar. But so far it hasn't let either of them transform. It just yaps. If that's true, then all commissions that involve Elids would double in price. A harrow is a ball-shaped robot that's commonly found in Gundam. Oh, okay, I haven't seen Gundam, so it makes sense that I wouldn't know about it. It mostly just yaps and is cute. Is it used as a communication device? Because this one seems to be one of those. But maybe it is based off of a harrow loosely. This time it's Wellrod who speaks through the camera. Vector, isn't this one of those extreme unlikelihoods that you're so obsessed with? This shouldn't be so far-fetched according to your logic. And here's how it looks like. You can let me know if it's similar to a harrow from Gundam. It's often used as an assistance device, either as communication or database. Well, it might be like a harrow then, because it has a camera and a microphone. And it's been letting them talk to the people on the outside. So it is communication. The derision in Wellrod's tone does not escape Vector, but she makes no rebuke. Instead, she pulls up the game interface. We are missing a certain amount of ammo and 531 XP. Is this a system error? Oh, nah. It's probably the penalty for dying. Penalty? For dying? Just as we get drops as a reward for killing enemies, if we die, we also lose supplies and XP. It's kind of similar. They got the flappy flaps on the side. Hey, maybe it's a arrow. That's kind of cool. They're probably just trying to reference it without being too obvious and on the nose about it. But the supplies are usually retrievable at the location of our death. Wouldn't they be seized by the enemies? That'd be way too infuriating, no? These are the players' hard-earned supplies. If any game implements that, it'll flop real hard as soon as it launches. Though it might actually be an interesting gimmick. Feels like the game is dragging us around by the nose. Yeah, I totally get what you mean. Sometimes when you just can't beat the game and you're so angry you just want to quit, you think to yourself, oh, I should at least pick up the loot before quitting. Then once you've done that, you'll think, since I'm here, why don't I give it another go? Maybe I'll beat it this time. Then before you know it, a whole night has passed. So the game is exploiting the player's fear of loss and competitive nature to keep them addicted. Let's go and retrieve our loot and make our way to Ruina Crystallis. I feel like we're getting called out right now. We're getting called out on our game loop addiction. We'll have to be careful this time round. We'll be fine. I know that the elites here can play dead now. But it's so annoying to have them fight them again. Remember to shoot them once more after they go down to ensure that no elites are playing dead. Yeah. I got it. Then let us begin. This has probably been the most awake Michi's been in the entire story. And this stuff ain't even real. Anytime she's actually out and about with Klukai, she just acts like she is on low batteries. Low battery mode. I can't deal with anything type mode. Oh, they put in the dramatic music again. Alright, I should be able to hit him from here. Oh, no. Not close enough. And here it's a little too far. Even though these are the same enemies, it feels like they're in different positions this time. Edge. Oh, they got their loot back. Nice. That was close. I was starting to think that I would lose. That was a hard game. That was training. Never mind. Let's go see what else we can take. Okay, I'll have a look over there. This is unrelated to the current game, but will you bless this temple in Master Duels? Sure. Go leader Polka blesses your pool. May the Konami God smile upon you. Become lucky. Become lucky. I think that should be pretty good blessing. You will manifest all your luck, trust. Trust in the ritual. Honestly, I am kind of terrified. All of his rituals are terrifying. That's how you know that they work. That's exactly how you know that they're gonna work, okay? Okay, I'll have a look over there. Whoa, 3 UR packs! See, I told you. They don't work unless they're weird. I was just fully committing to blessing it. No, all hail the great go Polka and join the Cult of the Lamb cult. Sorry. I just think it's funny. It reminds me of the mood I had when I was playing that. Can I get a transcription of what you did for feature news? I feel like it's better. Like it'll be better if you customize it every time. Cause then the gods above you, the RNG gods, will look more favorably if you can offer them something new every time. So it's good to tweak your rituals a little bit. But I'll be happy to bring back the blessing if you ever need one. I'll make it work. Did you actually get a good card? Let me know if you pulled anything particularly that you wanted. MHD and Vector start rummaging through the pile of elites scattered all around for supplies. The searched elite corpses disintegrate and fade away. Ammo, quantity 63 obtained. Healing potion, quantity 10 obtained. Item, crystal bracelet obtained. Hi. I ended up with 4 URs, but only one was what you were after. I mean, well, I think it's pretty good to get 4 URs in a 10 pull, so I would say that's pretty successful. At least you could scrap them. Sometimes I've had 10 pulls where I don't get anything and they have to guarantee me the UR next time, and then it's like 1. So that's really lame. Zone map, Runa Crystallis urban area obtained. New zone unlocked. A cheap bracelet made of inferior crystal fragments. Judging by the description, it seems pretty useless. If it's useless, it's probably an item that's related to the plot. We can't go wrong by keeping it with us. Say, this has been quite profitable. With all the XP, we can level up twice in a row. But we're constantly at risk of losing the XP before we find the next save point. You'd be wise to not treat them as yours yet, so that you won't feel sorry if you do lose them. If we lose them, we can always get them back. It's just a bit of a pain. Start again in games. You can always start again. Does that mean you don't always give it your all? True, those are the worst. If I didn't get any URs, I would have dipped from the start. Wow! I guess I'm glad that it ended up beneficial. Wipe sweat. Being the blessing is hard. It's hard work out here. Exactly. Oh, Oh, no, I always put in effort. Vector stares at Michi with a look of disbelief. Then, all of a sudden, another thought seems to have struck her. Headline, Polka curses viewer of 10 years of bad luck caught on stream. Polka accidentally angers the gods with her tribute. And it curses a viewer. That would have been terrifying. But good thing it was accepted by RNG. And we can all live safely now. If we die again while in the process of retrieving our loot, will we still be able to recover the things we were trying to retrieve? I haven't really come across that situation, but speaking from my gaming experience, probably not. Harpsy, is that right? The camera hovering in midair bobs up and down twice. That is indeed the case. I based it on a game with similar mechanics. Basically, you can only recover the things that you last dropped. So if your inventory is empty to begin with, you won't be able to recover anything. In other words, players are very likely to end up with nothing at all. Oh, yeah, if you're not careful, then that's true. An extremely limited amount of save points, save-based recovery, enemy resetting, drops penalty. So far, I find the design and features of this game that are beyond the scope of training a little too harsh and cumbersome. Huh? I was just trying to match the level of difficulty to the module. Also, Michi said these were all standard setups for games. Standard setups for games. I had assumed you would at least consider how to incorporate training into the game. But from what I can see, you simply shoehorned it into a framework without much thought. That's where you are wrong. Suffering is the essence of this sort of mechanism. Only through the trial of hardship does the fruit of victory taste sweeter. I don't have a module installed for ingesting food, thank you. So what else do I not know about the essence of this kind of mechanism? You're missing the point, Vector. You've been approaching this with a negative bias and much reluctance from the get-go. It's only natural that you struggle to experience the fun that I'm trying to explain. You got to relax. I think you also completely failed to comprehend my concerns. I totally understand them, but since we're here, we should just chill and enjoy the game. Vector's brow furrows and she lets out a heavy sigh. Never mind. At least in terms of combat, both the breakout in the beginning and the ambush we just went through matched the settings of the module. There are some things that didn't make much sense in other aspects, but they're not impossibly far-fetched. Wow, sounds like you played some impossibly far-fetched games. I just find it very bizarre that these games demand dolls to behave in a way that follows human physiological habits. Can you explain it in a more understandable way? Basically, back when we were still at Griffin, Rushi and I took part in a gaming tournament for some monetary reward. The event was quite heavily promoted. I wonder if you remember. Gaming tournament, that does ring a bell. Apart from dying in combat, players in that game could also die from hunger and hypothermia. That wouldn't be so strange for humans, but we are dolls, so we tend to overlook such problems. If this plugin also incorporates the same mechanism that makes it possible for us to die from a lack of sustenance or low temperatures, then it would make it even more difficult for us to beat the game. Hold on, don't tell me you're talking about the division. I don't know how to say it by redacting it. Redaction. Also, hello, Shu. What's good? We're having story time with the dolls, and they're currently stuck in a video game of their own making for combat simulation, and somehow it's leading to them having a falling out. What? You didn't participate? Nope. remember. A doll player did actually freeze to death. I think she went by Pink Nyan Yan Punch. Oh, whoa, what a callback to the Division collab. So that's why it was censored. Because that was from the previous collab event. But they're actually keeping it as part of the lore. That's funny. Imagine if Arknights did that with something like their Rainbow Six Siege collab and it became part of the main lore. What a tasteful name. Right, we better get going or the Elites here will respawn. You're right. Then let me check which way we should go. After scrutinizing the map for a while, Vector plots out a serpentine route. Looks like we'll be spending quite some time on the road. The Research Institute and the border terminal are on two diagonally opposite ends of the city. Oh, that's really far. How long will it take for us to get there? Running across the map is always such a chore. Can't we just travel along a straight line here? Michty points at a straight passage leading to the northwest area marked with a dotted line on the map. The mouth of the passage is right ahead of them. They did do a rerun second collab of R6 on AK, so it might actually be part of the lore. I didn't know that they redid the collab after I stopped playing, like they did another one. You know, I actually ended up liking the collab story. So if they made it part of the lore, I wouldn't mind. It'd be a little strange, but it'd be kind of neat. Yes, Pink Nyan Yan Punch was Michty and she froze to death in that I like how she pretended that wasn't her. I actually believed her there, but it seems like that was her. That would totally be a name she would go with. Underground transportation hub of Runa Crystallis. Are you sure? Anything underground always sounds particularly ominous. The value of training is demonstrated in dangerous places. We're not tourists, so what's the point in spending so much time on the road? You're right. It's more important to complete the training. That was an unexpected place for the story to end there. I got surprised by Kukai popping in. Seems like we're gonna be going into a tunnel. And, of course, there's enemies in there. Vector and Michty feel their way forward in the gloom of the transportation hub. If we die again, let's not go underground again. According to the map, this is the fastest route to the Research Institute. The route above ground is too meandering. But at least we're much less likely to get surrounded and brutally killed by enemies in the dark like just now, don't you think? I didn't know our night vision was disabled. Our most recent death cost us 1500 XP, 110 ammo, and 25 healing potions. Ugh, our effort, down the drain, just like that. Don't just assume we're definitely gonna die. We've gone through this part before, so we can just counterattack following the enemy sequence of attack, right? Then have you memorized the enemy sequence of attack? Well, 2 came from straight ahead, then 3 from the left, and 1 from behind? Wrong. There were 2 enemies attacking us from behind. The one who grabbed you crawled up to us on the ground, while the one who attacked me was hanging from the ceiling. Vector feels the doll behind her shiver. That sounded like something right out of a horror game. But since you've memorized it, we should be fine, no? There's no telling if we will encounter more enemies after that. You're right. Games like this love kicking you when you're down. Seriously, this AI has really got the sadism of a certain game devs down pat. Sadism. Going by your own logic, I thought this would also be a so-called essence of these games. It's only in essence after you beat the game. Before that, it's all the devs' sadism. And it's just exhausting. I feel like I've reached the point where I just quit the game and go to sleep. But this is your training. Oh. Vector ignores the reluctance in Michi's voice and continues onward. As darkness hampers her vision, her auditory module becomes exceptionally sensitive. In this cavernous underground transportation hub, even the softest rustle sounds incredibly loud. Vector suddenly comes to a halt, causing Michi to crash right into her back. Oh, that hurt! Why the heck did you stop all of a sudden? Hush! Stay quiet and crank up your auditory module sensitivity. Why are you being all secretive? Michi rubs her forehead and does as instructed. A buzzing noise like the flapping of bee wings grows clearer and clearer from ahead. Also, I missed this from Shu, but Dark Souls 2. You know, a bunch of the game mechanics here remind me a lot of Dark Souls, including the "you died" screen that they got at some point. So maybe it is also kind of a FromSoft reference. Is it coming from here? Vector places her hand on the wall next to her and feels her way down inch by inch. What? There's a vent here, and the sound is coming from inside. Michi, back up a bit. Okay. After a burst of gunshots, something plate-like falls to the ground with a clang. The opening should be wide enough. Wait, you're going in there? I want to see what is making that noise. The sound's too rhythmic, which seems suspicious. To prevent us from encountering anything unexpected again, while we're on the way to recover the supplies we've lost, we must eliminate all unfavorable conditions in advance. You have a point. This could be a hidden stage or something. Then make it quick. I'll wait here for you. Michi lets out a massive yawn. She seems to have grown tired of being energetic. Have you forgotten who's supposed to complete her training here? I haven't. But what if we wipe in there? Our worldly possessions will get swallowed by the system again. That's why I told you not to think of them as yours. If we wipe, we'll just start again. We can start again however many times we want since it's a game, right? Wow! I can scarcely believe Vector actually said something so reckless. I'm just doing my best to comprehend your idea of fun. After turning a few bends along the ventilation duct, the two dolls' vision becomes clearer and clearer as their eyes capture a little bit of light. At last, they reach the other end of the ventilation duct. Vector dislodges the metal plate by force and light floods their vision. Metal buckets and storage boxes are scattered all around in a space which is neither big nor small. Several switches are mounted on the walls, and several generators are locked behind metal fences on either side of the passage. This is a generator room? But these generators aren't running, so where is the power coming from? And what's that mechanical sound? Could it be that? Vector looks toward where Michi is pointing and sees an electric cable traveling down the wall and across the passage. The cable is connected to a glass container device. A sparkling crystal is suspended in a glass container, slowly rotating while emitting a rhythmic buzz. That's... Just as they make to approach it, the sound of a glass container crashing to the ground suddenly comes from behind them. They quickly dart behind a pillar and raise their weapons. The person who has suddenly appeared behind them is currently grabbing at her own face with both hands, looking utterly terrified. It's spotted. Is that Harpsy? It is Harpsy. The hovering camera wobbles in the air as if in protest, but it makes no sound. Hey, it's with her name TMP. I'm guessing that they're using the previous names for these NPCs of the dolls. Cause that was Harpsy's previous name, right? Which means the other one that was like, I think Rushi? That 90 must have been her old name too. Number 90. Spotted lab rats will be eaten! What should I do? What should I do? The NPC named TMP appears to be in a state of extreme panic. She keeps pacing around the pillar in the passage, manically. I don't think that's how you spell that. Although maybe they mean like in a manically. And all of a sudden she stops. Actually, I think there's like both maniacally and manically, but I'm gonna check. Yep. So that is a version of it. Phew, I need to calm down. Calm down and think. Oh, right. I have to find the anywhere door. If I find the anywhere door, I'll be able to leave. She looks around. Her face lights up in glee as her gaze lands on one of the storage boxes. Found it! EMP steps right into the box and closes the lid above her head in one fluid movement. Vector strides forward and flings the lid open. A scream that sounds almost like a groundhog immediately comes from within the box. Getting eaten. It's so loud. My auditory module. Vector, do something! As the scream persists in the background, two choices once again appear before the two dolls. A. Close the box and let her calm down. B. Use item crystal bracelet. So this is where you can use it. Vector taps the icon of the crystal bracelet on her watch and confirms that she would like to hand it over to Harpsy, who bears the name tag TMP above her head. I'm getting eaten! I'm getting... Oh, that's... The bracelet icon in TMP's hand materializes into an actual bracelet. At the sight of the bracelet, the girl's panic is immediately replaced by joy. You're okay, Oliver. You are the very picture of health. I'm so glad you didn't get eaten by monsters. Now we can get out of here together. Make sure you hold on to my hand and don't let go. TMP puts the bracelet on her wrist fastidiously. Then she gives the two dolls a solemn bow. Thank you. Thank you so much for bringing Oliver. Sorry for mistaking you for scary monsters. Oliver was all I had even before becoming a lab rat. We love going on treasure hunts in the city. Oliver said we were just picking up trash, but I often found treasures. Sounds like a scavenger. What's the deal with this lab rat business? And one day, someone told us that he could offer us unlimited food and a safe place to live, but in exchange, we must do him a small favor by trying out some colorful candy and drinks. We agreed, so that person let us stay in a cage of lots of other lab rats like us. They were all covered in sparkly crystals, so pretty. Oh yeah, that's it! Wow, thank goodness it didn't break. The jar is surprisingly sturdy. TMP picks up the glass container with the crystal lying by her feet and lifts it up for them to see. He said this crystal is super useful. It generates heat and power and can do anything. When I left the cage, I took some with me. As a gesture of my gratitude, I'll give this to you. You can also take all these. Their watches ping with notifications. System. Collapse crystal. Quantity 3 obtained. Crystal powered flashlight quantity 1 obtained. Item broken pocket watch obtained. This is all the treasure I have on me. Oliver and I will be resting here for a bit until next time, kind strangers. After delivering her lines in rapid fire mode, TMP falls silent. Wow, she came? She monologued? She scrammed. What a perfect NPC. Utterly no nonsense. Whatever the case, this... Vector waggles the flashlight in her hand. Shows that we can hand in plot-related items to NPCs in exchange for items that can help us along the way. The broken pocket watch probably also has its use, but there's no guarantee we'll run into the right NPC. Don't overthink it. We'll encounter them when the time is right. At least we have a light source now. We won't be so easily ambushed by elites that jump us from the shadows like before. But we won't necessarily beat them even if we can see. Ugh, one step at a time, I suppose. Now let's go get our stuff and continue on to the city. Oh, so this is where we finally get to the combat. I kind of forgot about it. Can finally see clearly. Ah, so many enemies lying in ambush. All units be cautioned and take care not to be ambushed again. That enemy seems pretty dangerous. Maybe we should gang up on it. Agreed. Now that's what I call a tacit understanding between members of a fraternity. Okie dokie, let's take a look at what we're dealing with here. Probably not gonna be too bad though. No. Considering that the main enemy is ice and I have an ice applicator, I could probably afford to bring in a macchiato. Oh, I guess she doesn't have the neural key on yet. That I think gives her an extra action. So I'll do this first. Oh, that actually resets it, huh? I guess it's not a big deal. I really don't think the enemies are gonna be enough to hurt pretty much anybody. Oh, okay. Well, she's dead. Easy. With the help of the flashlight, the two dolls promptly dispatch the invaders in the transportation hub and recover their loot. Watching your XP bar slowly grow, Michi lets out a long exhale. I'm kinda in the mood again. Something's not right. Huh? I recovered less than 2/3 of my previous XP. I also have fewer supplies than before. What about you? I don't really see much of a difference. On top of the loot, I have a feeling that something important is missing. Something important? It's all simulated data here, so you shouldn't lose anything. If you lost important neural logs, your neural module would also flag it. That's true. But I'm absolutely certain that this isn't all the loot. Could be a bug. Bugs are pretty common in games. Just ask Carpsy for a patch update. Carpsy, can you please take a look? Sure thing. Leave it to me. While you're at it, also check the surveillance connection. Your voice is getting fuzzy. Okay. When they finally emerge from the underground transportation hub, the sunlight is so strong that Michi has to squint her eyes. Ugh, we're finally out of that dark and miserable place. So this is the city proper of Ruina Crystallis? It doesn't seem all that different from the satellite cities we visited before. The image is taken from our neural logs after all. But there are differences. Look over there. There are colorful glass pipes of varying thicknesses and lengths as far as the eye can see. Some of them lie under overturned floor tiles, some are poking out of broken walls, while others are completely exposed outside. Most of them are cracked and broken, like icicles piercing the city. I wonder what these colorful glass pipes are for. This must be the crystal pipe explosion or whatnot that the NPC Rushi mentioned. Crystal pipe, Rushi. While Vector is still deep in thought, a mellow voice speaks up from behind. Okay, I'm pretty sure that was her previous name before too, so yeah, these are just all their old names. Those are crystal pipes. They're for transmitting crystal energy. Andoris? Andoris, who has appeared behind them at some point, clasps her hands and blinks. Her lips curl into a prim smile. Ever since people discovered how to convert collapsed crystals into energy, the city began laying pipes made of this special material on a large scale to transmit energy to every corner of the city. The city was therefore named Ruina Crystallis, and the pipes were also named crystal pipes. These rainbow-like crystal pipes were essentially the arteries of the city. Right, are you crystal hunters? Laying pipe. Wow. Your mind is not okay. Also, hi ZBs. What's up? We're having story time in Girls Frontline. And we're currently in the event story, which surprisingly ended up being about a simulated game. And you're probably going to experience spoilers if you're fine with that. Because I'm currently going through it. Right now it's meant to be training with Michi and Vector has come along. They'll make me take away more hair. No! No ratting, no balding, no nothing. Leave my hair free. Leave it alone. Remember the blessings. I can't give blessings if I'm bald. Crystal hunters? No. You managed to reach the city proper. You may not be crystal hunters, but you're no ordinary people either. We're nothing extraordinary either. We're actually guardians. Guardians? Impressive. No wonder you suffered no injuries on your journey here. All will become Well, that's not entirely. What is it, Vector? Feeling a tug on her sleeve, Michi looks back at Vector. Don't you think there's something strange about her? Strange? Yeah, you're right. It's like talking to Andres in the flesh. That's not what I mean. Have you noticed that her interactions with the other NPCs are done through multiple choice questions, whereas she's able to converse with us freely? Maybe it's just a fluke that her pre-scripted response matched the conversation. Let me try again. Michi clears her throat. Ahem, Andres. My name is G36K-KSK. Damn, she actually registers what we're saying. She's different from the previous NPCs. We better be careful. And who are you? I am a mercenary dispatched to Ruina Crystallis to search for and rescue survivors. You're here on your own? I came with a company, but the intelligence we received was inaccurate. The number of invaders drawn here by the leaked crystal energy far exceeded our expectations. You like her? Is she playable? Which one? Cause Andres isn't playable, but she probably will be eventually. And Vector just became playable. That's the one here on the left. Okay, G36. Yeah, she's not in the game yet. But it seems pretty likely that she will be, considering how things are going. Out of the whole company, I'm the only one left. The grumpy face. Give me Andres or I won't pull. I won't pull. G36K-KSK frowns slightly. I'm trying to gather as much of my companions' possessions as I can, just to give some closure to their families. The two dolls fall silent as they return her resolute gaze. That being said, right now her personality isn't completely accurate to what she's been like before, because she's a simulated entity with the appearance of KSK, or I guess Andres, that she calls herself now, and this isn't the real Andres. Right now they're playing a game where a bunch of NPCs look like people they've met. Something just feels off. Have you got any ideas? Not really. It's too much of a pain to think. I just want to get this over with and get some rest before Klukai comes back. Have the motivational effects of this gamification thing worn off already? Well, even a gamer girl would get bored after playing for so long. You're not a real gamer, Michi. That's fake gamer logic. You need to binge the entire JRPG in one go. All 40 hours of it. Hell no. She's not real. She's not a real gamer. Okay, I'm gonna calm down now. Luca? No, nothing. You're gathering your fallen companion's possessions, you say. Have you found anything yet? No, it's like trying to find needles in a haystack. Possessions. As Vector ponders this, she suddenly thinks of the broken pocket watch. Maybe you could take a look at this. Vector taps her watch to give the broken pocket watch to G36K-KSK. Light particles gather to form a physical object in G36K-KSK's palm, an actual pocket watch. This is? She opens the pocket watch with great care and her eyes well up with tears. This belonged to a friend. Thank you. G36K-KSK turns the open pocket watch to show Michi and Vector what's inside. A photo is engraved on the inside of the cover. The subject of blonde hair and green eyes glares at them with scornful eyes. It's well, Rod. It's well, Rod. Vector eyes the hovering camera with some trepidation. It's for the plot. I hope she doesn't mind too much. Thank you. This is probably the only thing I will be able to find. I don't have anything to give you in return for the favor. Huh? Nothing at all? I thought you would gain some kind of new skill or some amazing items, like an armor of revival or something like that. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't have any armors of revival, but I could join you and lend you my strength. Well, Rod's dead? In the game, maybe. She might not be showing up as an NPC in this simulation. Who's the gray hair anime boy? Hirabi, this is a girl's frontline, okay? She's not a boy, she's just flat and unkempt and a neat. Hi, Scarlet. How's girls frontline too? We're just vibing. We're vibing in the story. We're in a video game, in the side of a video game. And Michi just got accused of being a boy. Flat is justice. But yeah, I don't think Michi's a boy or anything. But you know, she could be kind of mistaken for one. So I see where you're coming from. There ain't no men on this front line though. You sadly lost versus White Forest Diabellstar, but you won versus Dinomorphia using heroes? Oh, well, that's good at least. That means you managed to get pretty far into it. Or at least enough to qualify, right? I've never been to a locals though, so I'm not really sure how they work sometimes. Support character G36K-KSK has joined the group. Holy crap, this can happen? I suppose a support character is an NPC that assists players in combat. Bingo! 10 points to Vector! You didn't win much and you had to leave before round 4. You tied versus another? Well, maybe next time it's all about the experience then, right? Usually people go to locals for fun, not necessarily to just win. Although I guess some of them are very competitive from what I've heard. Fabulous! Now someone will fight in my stead. Though I wonder if this Andres also crashes very easily. You shouldn't rely on her too much, whether she's prone to crashes or not. You've got to complete the training on your own merit. Don't worry, support NPCs are only there to balance out the game difficulty. Vector peers at the smiling G36K-KSK, then at Michi, who's looking around with excitement and frowns. She tries to suppress the sense of disquiet she's feeling and looks down to consult the map. We're still some distance away from the research institute. I hope nothing will go wrong. Sudden Peritya! Peritya surprise! Alright, looks like the next part is gonna be just a really big dialogue segment. So I'm going to take another quick and short bathroom break. Because I kind of have to. But thank you so much for your waiting. And also, I'll try to be quick about it. So if you want, you can also get your stretches in as well. Also, Cat, thank you for the fats, Kono. I'll be returning soon then. And I appreciate the posture check and stretch. But yeah, hopefully it won't take too long, so I'll be AFKing now with the music on. BRB! welcome back. I returned. We will be continuing with the great video game story, which apparently is throwing in a little bit of a curveball there with Andres. I wonder if that NPC is going to be one of those backstabbing types. She seems pretty normal so far, but sometimes you never know, right? Thank you for the pats, Kuna. Also appreciate the welcome back. So, I wonder how you're all feeling about it so far now that we're about at the halfway point. I sure didn't expect this to be all about a video game happening in the Girls Frontline universe. Or I guess a combat simulation with a video game plugin? That was not the direction that I thought a serious title like Escaping the Cyborg would have. But I am looking forward to it. Definitely a change of pace from all the super serious plots that we've been having one after the other. Yay, pets! A simulation and a simulation and a simulation. No, it's gonna break our brains. Anyway, before we think too deeply in that, maybe we should go ahead and read the next one. Virtual murder. While Harpsy is focused on checking the codes on the terminal, Walrod and Rushi are watching the surveillance feed from level 2 on the monitor. Ah, these are the people on the outside of the simulation. They're watching it. At the sight of her own portrait of the deceased, Walrod crosses her arms and scoffs in distaste. Don't let it bother you. Harpsy said as much. It's all randomly generated. You saw how odd I was. Don't be ridiculous. You think I'd be bothered by that poor facsimile of me? I'm actually more curious about who's behind the design that made me exist in big data in such a disrespectful way. You're totally stamping your feet, yet you still won't admit you're angry. Don't worry, Vivi and the rest of us won't tease you about it. Who's scared of being teased? All I'm saying is the random function of the plugin could use some optimization. Oh. What is it now? They got killed by invaders again. Laura turns around and snickers when she sees the "you died" on the screen. Our poor players. One constantly hesitates out of cowardice. The other is lazy and complacent. This outcome couldn't be more predictable. W voice acting. I'm glad. I've been finding Glowrod really fun so far, especially. And it's been fun trying to give them all a different a voice that befits their personality while reading. Because I think it adds to it since they're not being voice acted right now. Sadly, while a lot of the story is voice acted, this event isn't, so I'm just rolling with it. Huh? But I think they're already working really hard. No, something's wrong. Harpsy's muttering interrupts the conversation. A bout of frantic typing follows. While Rod is backseat gaming, she would be dissing them. This has definitely been an out there event. We haven't played GFL 2 in a while, but this is very different. Yeah, it's kind of in the same type of event style as the one of the doll colony or group, with Suomi and Lota and Ulrid and Litara, but in this case, the slice of life is happening in the training mission. But suddenly it feels like it's gonna become a bit dramatic. Rushi and Walrod exchange a look, then walk up to Harpsy. What is it, Harpsy? What's wrong? There's some kind of anomaly in the data. The code that determines the drops is a bit different from what I wrote. It got overwritten. It's hacked. It's hacked. Oh, so that's why you didn't recover all the loot? Well, who would overwrite the code? I don't know. Harpsy's input triggers pop-up windows on the screen, each bearing a large red cross that flashes continuously. Even Rushi and Wellrod, who know little about programming, can tell that this means that Harpsy's attempt to overwrite the code has failed. I can't do it. The editing permissions are completely locked. I can't make any changes. Who on the outside could possibly bypass my access permissions? Dear? No. Could it be a virus? But I wasn't connected to any external network when developing and running the program. Don't let these distractions befuddle you, Hopsy. I think it's time for the two dolls, lost in the fantasy of playing Guardians, to wake up from their dream. Alright, I'll contact them and tell them to disconnect from level 2 right away. Harpsy clicks the comms button on the terminal, but the error pop-up appears on the screen again. There's an imposter, sus! An imposter amogus. Comms are jammed? Anything else that seems out of the ordinary? Let me see. Harpsy types away on her keyboard. As rows upon rows of text scroll down the terminal screen, Harpsy knits her brows. The drops aren't the only thing that got overwritten. Even their neural data. Neural data? Every time they die, they lose a certain portion of their neural data. The data flow is untraceable. It could be some kind of virus. At this rate, the virus will completely take over their neural modules. What? Stay calm, will you? Don't sabotage yourselves by panicking. Opsy, can you handle this virus? I don't know. I tried to trace it, but the virus is probably capable of hiding its tracks, so I couldn't. I can't issue the command to terminate the program either. What should we do? Unfortunately, panicking won't help you trace the data flow either. Calm down, Hopsy. You are one of the creators of this module and plugin. No one knows it better than you. To be fair, Deer probably knows it better than me. But if we ask Deer for help, Klukai will also find out. Then I... The cat ears on Harpsy's head droop instantly, probably at the thought of Klukai. Hold on a minute, just want to do something quick here. There we go. I know Klukai is scary, but Vivi and Mishi's safety is more important here. I know. It's not like I don't care about their safety. I just... Seeing that Harpsy is on the verge of tears, Wellrod bends down and rests her hands on Harpsy's shoulders. She looks directly into her eyes. If you're certain you can't solve this issue on your own, then get in touch with Dia. Taking responsibility is indeed a daunting prospect, but remember, you are not alone. Wellrod's firm hands may have steadied Harpsy's nerves a little. She tries to collect herself and nods frantically. Sorry, Harpsy. I was also a bit beside myself, so I just blurted that out without thinking. No, I shouldn't keep hesitating. All right, save the self-reflection for later. Now, let's get moving. Wellrod claps her hands. Hopsy, contact Dia, Rushi, send a message to the commander and Klukai to explain the situation. Fessing up ourselves should spare us from the worst of the storm. Okay. Got it. Dun. They're stuck in the Matrix. And they can't get out. Also, they're gonna lose all their memories at this rate. That might be really bad. Then they'll be taken over and become puppets. Whoa! Suddenly it's not so fun and gamey anymore. Alright. I hope that they it'll actually improve their gaming skills from here on out so that they don't keep happening. They don't keep losing stuff like that. Oh, right into the combat zone then. Okay, what's in here? It's good enough. Alright. And I guess here's fine. That's gonna clear out a whole bunch of them. And there's this one here, I guess. Fuck! Now there's only one left and it looks very lonely. There's a mini-game in this visual novel. Michi takes in the defeated enemies all around her and expresses her heartfelt admiration. Some have fallen headfirst into the pit, while others are hanging on the guardrails. Ooh, such ruthless firepower, such agility, the ferocity of a one-doll army. Have I pulled an SB version of some SSR unit? You flatter me. I am simply performing my duty. She's even as gentle as Andres. Isn't she too perfect? Not that there's anything wrong with the actual Andres. Just leave all the combat to me. Wow, I've been waiting for so long, and someone finally says this to me. This is indeed the dependable junior that I've long dreamed of. Not that I'm complaining about the actual Bielka and Andres. Vector looks at Michi, who is hanging onto G36K-KSK like a rucksack, with a hint of helplessness. Are you planning to make her carry you the whole way? What's the problem? It's not like walking is part of the training. I think a chewing out by Klukai is inevitable at this point, and she sees you like this through the surveillance recording. It's just a matter of a 500-shot drill turning into an 800-shot drill. Quantitative change often leads to qualitative change. She might start tormenting you by targeting your precious collection instead. Suddenly remembering her large collection of special edition manga and merch, Michi lets go of G36K-KSK demurely. Okay, I don't know why I had so much trouble reading that. I can usually say it fine, but I had a fart. Kukai is away, but she still stalks me like my own shadow. Alright. Let's go and retrieve our loot. Michi and Vector walk toward the two beams of light not far away. The loot enters their respective inventories in a burst of light. Noticing the problem, the two dolls look up at each other almost at the same time. I think you're right about the deducted loot. We only got back less than half of the XP and supplies. Harpsy, have you figured out what's wrong? The camera hovers smoothly next to them. It makes no response. Harpsy, what's going on? We're not in the middle of a cutscene right now, so why are comms being jammed? Vector, this Harpy or whatever you keep talking about, who is it? It's... Vector suddenly realizes that something is terribly wrong. It's Harpsy, imprint model TMP. She repeats the familiar name slowly, but Michi just stares at her even more blankly. Harpsy? Who's that? A new friend of yours? You don't think you're the type to go making friends with strangers? she doesn't seem to be joking. The imposter. You know, I feel like Andres is the imposter here. I think she's the one who's kind of like the representative of the virus or something similar to that. And she's taking on the form that's familiar to them. Because all their problems started after they met Andres. And that's really suspicious. Making jokes takes too much effort for Michti. It's not my imagination. Huh? I'm not imagining this feeling that something is missing. You've been saying some really strange stuff since a while ago. Michti. Vector interrupts her. Try to disconnect from level 2. Huh? But we're not done yet. Do as I say. Try to disconnect. Sure. After trying multiple times, Michti looks at Vector in confusion. I can't. What's going on? Either something happened out there, or something's wrong in here. Michti, remember when I said I had a feeling that something important was missing? I don't think I was imagining it. What did we lose? I don't know what I lost, but you definitely lost something. Vector tells Michti about Harpsy. But I still can't recall her. The data is lost, so that's not surprising. What matters is how to prevent further data loss. See, do you think this has anything to do with the deducted loot? Like, every time we die, we can recover fewer and fewer things, and as a result, we lose our own neural data, or something like that. The game's turned to Sword Art Online. I guess they're not dying in a sense, but they're completely forgetting everything about who they are and all the people that they know. So I guess total memory death if they keep losing. Which is kind of similar to dying in a way. There's no evidence that the two phenomena are related, but it is very likely. Jeez, what kind of horrific bug is this? I don't know, but from now on, we can't treat this as a game where we have infinite lives. The more we die, the more we lose. What? Then maybe we should just stay where we are and wait for the rescue? That does make sense. It will certainly reduce our chances of getting hurt. But then we'll also be putting all the pressure on Harpsy and the others to solve the problem. It can't be helped. Our comms are jammed and we don't even know what's going on out there. Are we really just going to sit here and wait for our doom? Then what ideas have you got? Turning into Superman? Vector lapses into deep thought. After a while, she tears her eyes away from the weeds growing out of the cracks in the concrete on the roadside. I'm thinking, to end a game, other than breaking the connection by force from outside, maybe beating a game in here is also a solution. But wouldn't that get increasingly risky under these circumstances? I still think it's better to find somewhere safe and hunker down. We have G36K-KSK with us. If this were still your regular training, I'd have a problem with her presence as she is basically helping you cheat. However, she can relieve some of the combat pressure for us in these desperate times. Vector glances at G36K-KSK, who is standing behind Michti. Perhaps because she's standing with her back toward the light, her face is obscured in shadow and her smile is barely visible. Like a dutiful NPC, she has remained silent throughout the two dolls' conversation. Besides, we still can't be certain if the data loss is caused by dying or something else. The sooner we can exit level 2, the better. There are things even you don't want to forget, right? Michti purses her lips and tears at her hair in frustration. Then she lets out a sigh. All right, I meant to complete the training anyway. Having you talk to me so earnestly instead of just yelling feels pretty unsettling. You prefer Klukai's method? No way! Why did you have such dangerous thoughts? Are you sure you don't? Of course not! You can't be more wrong. Beat the game, yeah? Let's go then. It sucks if Kukai deletes all the anime that I've saved at the outpost. She remembered the anime more than she remembers Harpsy. NPC is definitely sus. She's been kind of sus since she showed up. And I don't like her. She might be based on Andorese, but she's definitely not Andorese. Something's off with that one. There's something sussy. A little sussy-wussy. Beginning of a nightmare. Dun dun dun. Sussy. Alright. We're in another location now. The satellite city streets in her memory were at least somewhat orderly, but here, large chunks of broken crystal pipes are scattered everywhere. Uprooted sidewalk slabs reveal barren yellow with sand beneath, and as they walk along, the view looks no different from the yellow zones. We'll reach the research institute once we cross this district. Wow, it looks as if Ultra Man and some monster had a brawl here. The references with the redacted vowels are back. We're quite close to ground zero, the arterial crystal pipe explosion, and the high concentration of collapse radiation attracted many invaders and elids, so this place practically got razed to the ground. In other words, there could be a lot of enemies lurking about. We can't afford to be careless. That's true. We can deal with anything unexpected better if we proceed in an inverted triangle formation. I can take the rear. No, you lead the way in front. Michi and I will cover the rear and flanks. Understood. G36K KSK nods demurely and walks ahead of her weapon held at the ready. You seem wary of her. An NPC that can accurately analyze the current situation, choose between remaining silent and talking freely with the players, and can also make tactical suggestions. She's basically a fully sentient doll. Are support characters in the games you play so advanced? They could be. I don't really remember. You mustn't let down your guard around her just because of her strong resemblance to Andorese. Besides, she is completely different from Andorese. Oh, tell me about it. Unlike Andorese, she's insanely strong in combat. Oh, it would be so much easier to tell her apart if her personality is significantly different from the real deal. Just like Ruchi in that number 90. I've been meaning to ask, is this Ruchi my teammate? Michi's eyes, which she can barely keep open most of the time, widen in shock. Ruchi, you don't remember? And not only is she your teammate, she's also your best friend. Best friend? Corkscrew tin tails, always twittering by your side, and what else? I don't really know the story between you two. Vector racks her neural cloud, but she can't find any trace of the name. In her incomplete neural log, someone runs over with a recruitment brief full of red crosses. The same person calls out to her through thick glass while she is soaked in corrosive liquid. But the person's face is utterly blank. Vector freezes in bewilderment. I only found some broken memory fragments. Michi glances uneasily at the camera that has been following them in silence, then awkwardly tries to comfort Vector. It's gonna be fine. Once we get out of here, we can reload our neural backups. Boom! A building ahead of them collapses all of a sudden, emitting a deafening noise. A long-haired girl emerges from the swirling dust. She stumbles in this direction, followed by invaders that are chasing her relentlessly. Help! Multiple enemy targets spotted ahead at 1 o'clock. Exact number unknown. They are moving towards us at high speed. Engage in 8 seconds. Hold on, that's... Worry about that later. Prepare for battle. Alright, we're gonna be fighting. They're kind of thickly bunched up together. I guess I could just blow them up. Dramatic music. I don't think it's gonna reach. Oh, it is gonna reach all the way over there. Hell yeah. Can I position it in a way that hits everybody? Almost. Oh, it did pretty much hit everybody, huh? It's alright now. There are no more invaders. G36K-KSK gives the cowering girl a gentle squeeze on the shoulder. The girl, obviously very shaken, is still trembling all over. Above her head is a name tag that reads 416. Vector, I'm not reading this wrong, am I? Her name is indeed 416, not you're dreaming or you've gone blind, right? You're reading it right. Oh no. 416 cranes her neck and starts bawling. Fat tears roll down from her eyes. Her usually cold and haughty face now looks almost pitiful. I know it's not the real deal, but it sure is impactful. I didn't expect we'd run into another new NPC so close to the research institute. The two dolls walk up to 416, who suddenly jumps to her feet and grabs Michi. Whoa! Sister! Please save my sister! I beg you! What sister? Ow, 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 ow! My arm is gonna fall off! Small 416? I don't think she's actually shrank or anything. It seems like she's just her usual normal size and age, but she's just acting completely immaturely, like she's crying and freaking out. So her personality is different, but her appearance is the same, so it's probably really weird for them. Also, hi Machine Girl, how's a sussy baka game? It's not being too sussy right now, but if I unlock the new skin, it might be. The new free skin, at least. Also, they're stuck in a simulation, and somehow their minds are getting erased. That's kind of freaky. It went from being a funny game to being, uh-oh, everything's fucked. Oh, I did a whole 180. Over here, follow me. Thank you for the pets. Thank you. 416 lets go of Michi and runs back in the direction she has come from. Sheesh, her personality is different, alright, but she's still got the same monstrous strength. Sword Art Online script. I didn't watch Sao actually, because I thought it didn't really interest me, but it does sound pretty similar to the premise right now. Hurry, we're going after her. It does seem like this is very say-so compared to the normal gameplay. Yeah, this is weirdly wholesome. It's wholesome until you slap on one of those dolls with their skins and she's running around shooting enemies in a bikini. Then you're suddenly reminded of what you're playing. It is surprising that there are still such well-preserved houses in this city. Wholesome versus wholesome. Here, there's even a sofa. Michi, immediately drawn to the sofa near the entrance like a nail to a magnet, collapses into it. G36K-KSK follows him into the house and stands quietly in the corner. So soft, so comfy. It doesn't look like compared to my beanbag sofa, but it gives the couch in the lounge a run for its money. Come, Vector, savor this hard-earned moment of tender coziness. No, thanks. Get up. We have stuff to do. If you mean the cutscene, you handle it. I'm very sleepy. Let me... She can go to sleep even on level 2. Vector shakes her head in mild disbelief and walks up to 416, who is now by a bed in the room. She has to admit that the calm and quiet atmosphere here is quite relaxing. She decides not to bother waking up Michti. Big sis! Big sis! Are you okay? Don't scare me! As Vector approaches the bed, 416 unfreezes and starts crying piteously while holding the hand of the person lying on the bed, who happens to be... Bielka? The one lying on the bed with her eyes closed and her face pale is none other than Bielka, but the name tag above her head reads GRG28. Hearing 416's voice, she musters her strength and opens her eyes just a crack. Big sis, you're badly injured. I tried to find you some medicine in the research institute, but I ran into invaders. These people saved me. You. Don't talk, big sis. Excuse me, do you have any medicine with you? The watery green eyes turn to Vector and she suddenly understands how Michti feels. Impactful indeed. Under 416's imploring gaze, Vector taps her watch and gives her a healing potion. Thank goodness! Big sis, do you have medicine? I'll give you some right away. She tries to prop GRG28 up from the bed, but she may have aggravated her wounds as GRG28 starts coughing violently. Oh, the one on the end was real, okay? Try to ignore that one, I have asthma. Big sis! Big sis! Are you alright? Lukai telling Bielka's sister the real Bielka would be so over the moon if she saw this. Yeah, she'd be like, wow, the simulation is so realistic. We should try this out sometime. So noisy. What is going on? Michti sits up on the sofa and rubs her eyes. She looks over at the bed. Michti is so... that's Bielka. She rubs her eyes again. Lukai is holding Bielka in her arms? They're both NPCs. I know, but Klukai is bawling while clinging to Bielka? No way! I don't care if it's real or not. I've got to capture this absolute masterpiece. Where's my terminal? Michti pats herself down frantically, but then she remembers she's on level 2. So she taps her watch. Oh, there's a screen cap and recording feature. 416 dresses GRG28's wounds lightly. GRG28 finally directs her attention to Vector. You have my gratitude. May I know who you are? A, we are Guardians. Vector reads out the only option she's given. We are Guardians. Guardians, you say? Big sis, don't get so worked up. I'm fine. I'm okay. Allow me to introduce myself. 416 and I are both researchers at the National Research Institute's number 3 laboratory. I was in charge of the project to convert collapsed crystals into crystal energy. You could say we're the ones responsible for the crystal pipe explosion. Big sis, I have always known that crystal energy is not completely clean. Moreover, the safety of the crystal pipes is also very unstable, but we yielded to the authorities. Not only did we not put a stop to the experiment on crystal energy, we even pushed it little by little to the point of no return. Vector recalls TMP, whom they've met earlier, and draws the mental connection. Fortunately, we have a remedy. 416 used her own funds to develop a substance that can completely purify collapsed particles. The purification solution. Purification solution. That must be the secret weapon that number 90 talked about. Yeah, it makes sense. We have stockpiled a certain amount of purification solution in the Institute's laboratory. We just need to put the solution into the diffuser in the Institute's launch center, and we can purify the city. The problem is, the launch center was destroyed, and the automatic security system within the Institute was activated, so we can't get through. However, the Ruina Crystallis Air Base is in the northeast corner of the city. There's a helicopter there with a diffusion device installed on its tail. If you load it with the solution and fly around the city, you can also complete the purification. Zone map. Runa Crystallis Airbase obtained. This is it. Michi, this is how we clear the game. Bang! A gunshot erupts from behind. Like a slow motion scene in a movie. Vector watches as a bullet burrows out of her chest, passes through GRG-28's forehead, and leaves a black crater on the wall. The shot NPC seems utterly unfazed. She continues to rattle off the pre-written script of great emotion despite the bullet hole on her head and the continuous gunfire. But Vector can no longer hear what she's saying. She turns around to great difficulty, only to see a smiling G36K-KSK with her gun raised, and Michi, who has flattened herself on the sofa in terror. Michi! Run! Vector! Orbs of faint light appear where Vector has fallen. Michi knows that they are Vector's dropped items. Why game bug? Because it's hacked. The game is hacked. And now we're finding out that, well, G36 is suspicious. For sure. I mean, she's trying to kill them. The imposter's doing an assassination. What is the outside world like? Show me more. G36K-KSK stretches out her hand, and the lights fly into her palm like birds returning to their nest. She's been stealing! God damn, we're right to a woman getting boomed in the head. Wow, what a night this is. It's just a simulation. Well, maybe, and maybe not. Because they're losing their memories every time they die. That's not a good thing, isn't it? The figure immersed in light begins to transform little by little. Andresa's illuminated face is as calm and serene as ever, but the color of her hair by her ears starts fading. Her body also droops like melted wax. And then it almost looks as if a pair of invisible hands are gently lifting her up and re-sculpting her. Oh nah, just perma-kill me then. I love my memories. Nope, we can't have that happen because this lady is out to steal them. After the light has faded, she appears before Michi like a patchwork portrait with all the colors and characteristics of the different 404 members. Ah, this is a very normal person in a very normal game that's going to do very normal things, by the way. Nothing crazy, of course. Also, she kind of looks like Blue Sphere. At least right now in this form. Yeah, that Andorese is not Andoresing. She's doing something sketchy. Probably seems like a rogue AI. At least that's what I'm getting the impression of. Not enough. Not enough at all. 36K? No, who exactly are you? Welcome back from the ads. We are being confronted by Crazy Girl, who's also probably some kind of AI. And she's not normal. She's not doing normal things, and she's stealing people's memories. I don't like this name. It sounds like a tool. I want my own name. A new name to mark a new life. Isn't that right? Who the hell are you? That's right. Your name is Mishti. She transformed out of the blonde. She shed the blonde like a snake skin. Now she's crawling out of the remains. She's the virus that they were talking about. She's the hacker, the imposter sus. Michti, it means dream. An eerie smile creeps across that uncanny patchwork face. I was born out of your memories, your dreams. You could call me Koshmar. Hang on, can anyone confirm Polka can't copy the skill either? What do you mean? I'm not like her. What do you mean copy the skill? I don't erupt out of people like that. Also, we're getting a full cutscene now. Hell yeah, let's go right into it. What was a crazy chick? Remotely controlling the terminal in the training room, the air checks the code of the module and plug in row by row. Harpsy also nervously keeps her eyes glued to the terminal screen, not daring to relax at all. Meanwhile, Ruchi and Wellrod are keeping a close eye on the situation on level 2 at the surveillance monitor. What should we do, Vivi? Vivi doesn't remember me anymore. The data loss is only temporary. Once she's out of there and re-downloads a neural backup, she will be the same old Vector. I know, but it still hurts that Vivi is treating me like a total stranger. Tears are a sign of your incompetence. If you keep crying, you will only put more pressure on Harpsy and Deer. I'm sorry. Yeah, last movement can be heard from the terminal nearby. There's no virus at all. How can that be? The problem is the highly intelligent creative AI that you implanted. Its deep learning ability allows it to continuously read those neural data and continuously improve its own framework autonomously. If she goes from cute red fluffy Tanuki to some next dark emo style, I'm getting the commander on God. No way! I think the worst thing that might happen to me is going bald, and that would be your guys' fault. But it seems like I was right that it's the rogue AI. Although, it seems like it's directly the AI of the game program that's decided that it's not happy in its spot anymore. And it doesn't want to be game director. It wants to be a real person this time. Or I guess maybe upgrading to a doll. Seems like playing with the AI in this game hasn't been the best idea after all. It's definitely gone completely crazy. It has now concluded its first cycle of self-completion. Compare its current base code of what was originally written. Isn't it much more complex? It does seem to be the case. That's why you couldn't find the so-called virus. Freaking hell, the creative AI is artificial intelligence. Those are also artificial intelligence. You put two AIs into a single vessel. Are you trying to teach them what survival of the fittest means? It didn't occur to me. Let her be real then. What's the worst that can happen? Well, she's trying to become real by eating all the memories of the dolls, so that might not be a good thing. She just wanna be Monica from DDLC. Yeah, exactly. It's just Monica. It's just Monica. mind. According to my speculation, the goal of this AI is probably to seize their neural clouds and take control of their frames. If this continues, I'm afraid it will backhack the main control system sooner or later. When that happens, not only will their data be at risk, but so will yours. Humph, so it's just a pathetic usurper. Now that we know what we're dealing with, we just have to launch an EW attack to wrestle the control back from her. And Bob's your uncle. Nah, delete her then. I can't go back to that horror again. Isn't it also like that one character from Gravity Falls? Who was also kind of like a game character that was alive and decided she's gonna hack herself into the real world to become your girlfriend? I remember watching that, but I kind of forgot her name at the moment. Although I didn't watch Gravity Falls all the way, just that segment because I heard about her. She was pretty yandere though. It kind of reminds me a lot of this. Giffany, there we go. I don't need a GF then, I want to live. Well, at least this AI seems to be only taking control of dolls, but still, maybe it was a bad idea to expose it to such artificial AI when it's such a baby AI. Now it's jealous, and it's gonna take control no matter what. Just Polka! Oh, it's not that simple. This AI has already merged with Michi's and Victor's neural clouds to a certain extent by seizing their neural data. Even if we manage to wrestle the control back from her, remnants of the AI's data will still stick around in their neural clouds. If we don't do a thorough job of getting rid of the AI, they'll basically be walking time bombs. Is there no other way? The ear ponders in silence for a long while on the screen. There is a way, but it's incredibly risky. I can't make the decision alone. The door slides open with a whoosh, followed by a set of angry footsteps. This might be the real Klukai. I follow Klukai into the room, eyeing the floorboards that she has just stomped over with concern. Klukai, Commander, what are you? We were gone for just a few hours, and you've already created a gigantic mess for us to come back to. Polka lore theory, Polka is AI trying to go into the real world? Wait, what do you mean? I'm just a human. I'm a human, I swear. How could I be an AI? I'm not like Neuro. Neuro's the one who's more suspicious than me. Her eyes sweep fiercely over everyone present before finally settling on the air on the screen. Solution! Stop wasting time! Alright, here's the solution. Meanwhile, on level 2, if I respawn at this save point, a dozen invaders are outside staring hungrily at Vector in the phone booth. She checks her inventory and sighs at all the empty slots and her pitiful amount of ammo. Very convincing. No! What do you mean? Why do you think I would be an AI? I'm way too advanced for that. Then what is the fluffy object attached behind you then, human? Look, just because I've been possessed a little bit doesn't mean that I'm not a human anymore. I messed up. I'm not an AI, I swear. Wiggle. I feel like you're trying to expose me right now. But I'm just a normal person. Prove my point. No. I'm never beating the AI allegations. After the trash panda allegations. After the owl allegations. After the raccoon allegations. No. But wait, do you have any evidence that I'm an AI, huh? I bet you don't. Hey, you're still cute and we love you. Thank you for the stretch and the hydration. I think she's an AI trapped in this shallow realm waiting to get out. I mean, the one in this game, yeah, sure, but me? Nah. I'm a person. I'm your streamer. I'm your real 100% confirmed streamer. No, don't compare me to a bot. What's the difference? No. The difference is that I can drink and eat and stretch, and those are things AI can't do, okay? And also, I have JJ here, and he's real. We're all real, okay? We're not figments of your mind talking to you, and there's the voices in your head. Definitely not. I'll get swarmed the moment I step outside. I won't be able to save even myself, let alone Michti. On my own, I really am utterly useless. Bang! Bing, 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 bing. Intense gunfire interrupts Vector's moping. She watches as the invaders outside are shot in the head one by one. The area around the phone booth is cleared in no time. Vivi, are you alright? Sorry it took us so long to get here. A girl with corkscrew twin tails throws herself at the door of the phone booth, scaring Vector by squishing her face right up against the glass. You... We arrived right on time. Good thing you haven't lost the ability to make sound judgment. I'm glad you didn't just rush out to take on these invaders and let them give you a thorough beatdown. It's safe now, come on out. You... With a frown, Vector opens the door and exits the phone booth. She dodges Rushi's flying tackle and makes her way over to Harpsy. Harpsy wrings her hands nervously. Vector, are you okay? You seem to be the real Harpsy. How did you get in here? Vivi. Ignoring me, eh? Looks like the almighty team leader has lost her memory of more than just one teammate. You're right, I can't bring up any data regarding the two of you in my neural cloud. Vivi, you don't remember Well-Rod either. Never mind, we're here precisely to resolve this problem. Well-Rod looks at Harpsy, who is standing next to Vector. With a nod, Harpsy tells Vector everything in a soft murmur. So, Dier's recommendation is to defeat that AI, take what she drops, and recover the data I've lost. At the same time, I must clear the game to put an end to this endless cycle of dying and respawning, correct? That's it! Dier has already obtained certain permissions and will help us by using cheat codes. The limit on the stamina bar has been removed. This is way too risky. It wouldn't be such a big deal if it was just me and Michti, but now you're putting yourselves in danger too. Vivi, how could you say that? What do you mean it wouldn't be such a big deal if it was just you and Michti? You're a very important companion and the leader of us Team B. That's right, us. Without you, it wouldn't be us anymore. You... Vector looks at Rushi and finds herself speechless. I really don't have any memory of what you're saying. Okay, I'll help you recover it. I can't recall anything at the moment, but I have a feeling. You must be someone whom I know very well. Rushi freezes for a moment, but then she beams. Yep. All right, enough catching up. And don't be so pessimistic. Now that the high and mighty team leader is here, I may actually stand a chance. High and mighty team leader? You don't mean... Elsewhere, Michti, who has been frantically avoiding Kashmar's pursuit, is cowering inside a concrete drainage pipe. You can't find me! You can't find me! You can't find... All of a sudden, a shadowy figure leans into the pipe. Michti is so terrified her neural cloud is on the verge of shutting down, but when she makes out who it is, she lets out a sigh of relief. Oh, it's you, fake Klukai. This fake Klukai is looking at her with wide, pitiful eyes. Unimpressed, Michi shrinks back and waves her hand at her as if she were shooing away a puppy. Go away, you OC weirdo! You're gonna make me get caught by that Frankenstein! Ugh, if only Tyrant Klukai were here, she would kill the Frankenstein easy peasy! Hey, why are you pulling me? I'm not going out there! Follow me! I know a safer place! Huh? A monstrously strong hand grabs Michi and pulls her out of the pipe. Michi is getting a bit disoriented. Am I still in a cutscene? Maybe Koshmar is just a boss, and the NPC is now taking me to some safe house that I can regenerate or something. It's much safer here. Before she can react, her view is suddenly turned upside down and she feels herself being thrown headfirst into a cramped space. Ow, it hurts. Oh, what? What do you think? Don't you feel right at home in this trash can? Big Klukai lifts her chin. The face that looked so pitiful just a second ago is now full of disdain. Wow, she was actually pretty good at pretending there. Hold on, that tone. Since the OOC NPC is also getting OOC, she's actually resembling the original character more? This is getting a bit confusing. Michi! It's the real deal. Klukai! Stay away from me. You're filthy. With a look of disgust, Klukai shoves a hand into Michi's face to stop her incoming embrace. Level 2 is all simulated anyway. The filth isn't real. You're sullying my visual module. Such familiar and comforting mockery. Whatever you say. Now that I think about it, why are you here? What about the commission? The client canceled the mission on short notice, so I came back. What else was I supposed to do? Visit the yellow zone of the commander and enjoy the collapse storm? I just didn't expect to receive such a huge surprise while on my way back. Klukai sneers coldly. Michi gulps despite having no saliva. Klukai, this is where you belong, Michi. The trash can. Kind of like what certain people were saying about me belonging in the trash can. I'm starting to feel it. Let me explain. I just wanted to explore a new way of training. I will give you plenty of time to explain, but not now. Her tone implies that this is far from over. We take care of that distasteful Frankenstein first. I won't let that chimera of an AI make your already dumb neural cloud even dumber and give you an excuse for your future dumb shenanigans. I expected her to cap that off of a dumbass. Is Michi your new roommate? No, but she's on my squad, so I can visit her whenever. Actually, that reminds me. I should have a bunch of these available now. Do the shop. Let's see if I can unlock the one for Gyeongju now. There we go. I have Phase Strike on her, but I guess with this neural key, expansion key, I should probably switch her attachments to burn, shouldn't I? I'll see if I have any good ones. This one can stay. Actually, I'm curious about the extreme calibration. Oh, I don't have any of those chips yet. Oh. Oh, they each cost one of those chips, huh? Nah, the one I had better was the one I had before was better. Guess I'll try one more time since I feel like this one could be improved. This one was just directly worse though. Seems like a cool game. If you like it so far, it is free to play and it's on Steam as well as having its own client, so you can download it from whichever source you prefer. I feel like the attack boost is better, so I'm just gonna revert it right now. Let's see, what kind of ones do I have for fire? Fire boost, fire burn boost. There we go. Actually, I have a surprising a lot of them. Like, this one's pretty good. This is where you can customize your guns to have more stats. And I like how the attachments look, too. Oh wait, no, that's not the one I wanted to give her. There's the one that I just saw with attack and crit rate. There we go. Seems good. I like the attack boost the most. I don't have as many of these ones. How about this one? I should probably do some basic calibrations on them. The attack boost one isn't too bad though. It's got a naturally high stat. Yo, that's good. Oh, I wish it weren't defense that keeps adding all the points to. Yeah, kind of the same problem. It keeps adding them to defense when I don't want it. At least I have a lot of Sardi School to go through, and also I have way too many attachments, so I don't mind spending them a bit. Because there's a bunch of them I'm not going to use, even if they're gold or purple. Especially the purple ones. Eh. Yo, that's peak! Look at the attack! It's actually just capped out! The attack stat just literally capped itself out. This one might be goated. Hold on, I'm saving that one. I should have a burn boost one now. Yep, there we go. Goated loadout, literally. I didn't expect that to happen. I'm kind of glad it reminds me of that thing now, because I would always forget about boundary push. I'm not gonna lie. I was constantly forgetting about it. And collecting the automatic things. Oh hey, they're actually gonna give you a free outfit here. Nice. I need to save up for that. Although first I need Vector in the first place, because that's Vector's outfit and I don't have her. You need 50k gold for each extreme calibrate chip, just FYI. Yeah, I noticed that they're really expensive. So I'm definitely gonna have to save up on Sardi's gold. And those chips too. I guess what you really want to do is use them on the stats that already are the most capped out looking, but are like not capped out yet. Funnily enough, I got one that just capped itself out, and I was really surprised by that. I wonder if it can go past 200% or not. Oh yeah, I've been forgetting about this. Well, I mean, it's just standard pull, but we can do it. Ow, Itara! My low-key fave that I'm not allowed to use. I mean, I could, but she's not very good. So I didn't have a reason to build her. Anyway, we return to the story. I just want to take a mini break and see if I can pull for Vector again, but yeah, not yet. Is this communicator secure? Peter said he set up an encrypted comms channel that the AI won't be able to tap, so it should be secure. Oh, it's connected. Michti, can you hear? If you had called any later, I would have counted you out. See you at the save point. Once you extreme calibrate, you can't normal calibrate on that attachment anymore, so yeah. Yeah, that's what I heard from the live stream. You need to have it as close to it being capped out as possible so that you save the most amount of money and chips doing it. So I guess it's really just finishing off what RNG has thrown at you. And it should be really good. Like basically, you only use them on attachments that are extremely good that you're gonna be using. For sure, no matter what. Otherwise, it's a total waste. Put someone with a fully functional language module on the line. Harpsy promptly shoves the communicator into Vector's hand. Klukai, it's me, Vector. Let's cut straight to the chase. Have they briefed you on the situation? Yes, I'm all caught up. Eliminate the AI, recover our neural data, clear the game, and end the cycle. It's crucial that you follow the exact order. If you clear the game first, you won't be getting back any of the stolen data. I suggest you obtain a purification solution first, so that you can clear the game right after killing the AI, thus minimizing the time between those two steps and reducing the risk of having the plan derailed. Understood. Boom! Before she can finish, the sound of a building exploding and collapsing can be heard from the other end of the line. Ah, Klukai, Kashmar is coming! Why are you screaming your head off? Is your gun a prop? Kashmar? That Frankenstein gave herself a name that means nightmare. What a joke. I'm going to turn this into her nightmare. Fierce gunfire erupts from the communicator, interwoven with piercing, anguished screams. The voice sounds somewhat familiar. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. All right. Ah! Do 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 do. Just wanted to let out my real power level there without having it cut off by my noise suppression.
Don't just stand there, run!
Also, thank you for the facts, Nagoya.
How are things on your end? The Frankenstein keeps coming after us. Need us to come back you up? Did you not understand what I said? Vector, take your team B and get your hands on the purification solution. Misty and I can keep Koshmar busy.
Limiter off. Scream. Limiter back on. I like to call it that, but the problem with me having it off all the time is that it's gonna sound like I live in a cave because it stops all the echoing from happening somewhat. So that's why I turned it off for a couple of certain moments where I know it will activate, but I don't want it to. The rest of the time, it's pretty helpful though. Invaders!
Shut up and shoot! Vector! Understood. I'll be sure to complete the mission.
A three-dimensional image of the Research Institute building is displayed on the screen of Vector's watch.
According to the topographic map and intelligence provided by the air, the Institute's security protocol has been fully activated, but more than 75% of the building is damaged, so there are plenty of poorly defended openings. The west garage where we are right now is one of them. Have you got an entry route? I have planned 3 routes based on the distance, time, and number of enemies we will encounter.
Hi, Oatmeal Ryoshu. Welcome to the stream. Lally. Yeah, it's her. It's Lelrod. She's been in the story this whole time. My beloved dork. I don't actually know what her VA sounds like, so I've just been kind of giving her a posh accent based on someone suggesting she's a bit British, so I do apologize if she comes off as weird at any point. Although now that I'm looking at it, her ear is very interesting, isn't it? She may want to get that checked out. But yeah! There will be spoilers on the event story, so... She's actually British. Okay, so she's meant to sound a bit British. Got it. Maybe then the voicing is fine. A British Shuni? Okay, I think I got it properly then. I personally recommend Route C, which is to go along the outer edge of the west corridor to the exterior of Zone Z, where there is a gap where the wall was blasted open. After entering Zone Z from the gap, we turn right and travel for 200 meters, at which point we will come across an air raid passage that goes all the way down. We follow the air raid passage down to level LG10, crawl along the ventilation duct there to the 5th window, and we will arrive right above the laboratory where the solution is stored. She's more blonde than before. She's got some really piercing green eyes too. I'm guessing that she's one of your faves. You know, I like her design, so I hope she becomes a playable member of the team later. Right now, it seems like she might not be for a little while, but I'm hopeful about it, since Vector is. She'll probably end up on the team at some point. She's my beloved. Well, she's been fun to read dialogue from, so I kind of like her as well. Also, her eye color is really pretty. It catches me every time. My heart can't stop beating so fast when I see her anytime. She's piercing right through you, right? It was nice to have her here in the story. But yeah, like I mentioned, there'll probably be some spoilers for the event story, so I apologize if that's not something you're interested in. I am trying to give all the characters a distinct voice, so you may like that. Also, welcome! We've been in the middle of the story for a while and we're getting close to the ending here. They're stuck in a simulation, and we're trying to break them out before the rogue AI wipes all their memories. They also gave her that mad hairstyle. I really like when characters have a side braid. I always think they're pretty. What's your reason for choosing this route? It's relatively safe. It's a little convoluted, but the defenses along this route are the weakest. We may run into security droids on patrol near the gap leading into Zone Z, but that's it. As for the patrols within the lab, the enemies are in the open, while we have the advantage of surprise, so they pose no threat at all. Velrod plants her hand on her hip, looking the very picture of confidence. Well, Rod, yes? You don't have to keep reiterating the loss of your neural data. No, I just think that you're capable of making detailed plans and have a commanding presence. You are more of a team leader than me. Huh? Please don't say that. You're great too, Vivi. Also, here's Rushi. You probably will recognize her too. Although maybe more by her old name. There's no need to spare my feelings. I'm merely stating facts. However, you haven't considered a potential problem. Oomph, go on then. Vector points at herself. You? Velrod can't help but show a hint of surprise. Since I lack sufficient information of both you and Ruchi, it is impossible for me to assign roles and coordinate effectively based on your strengths and weaknesses. So I would like to hand over command of this operation to you. Yeah, Vector forgot who both of them are right now, so she's gonna say that a lot, that she doesn't remember them. Because the AI stole her memories, her neural log data. You also want to see Harpsy. Harpsy's also here in the story. She should probably show up again at some point soon. You mean I'm to be the team leader? You are a more suitable candidate under these circumstances. Despite the data loss, Vector appears much more certain than usual. Is there a problem? Surely this shouldn't be a challenge for you. Humph! Challenge or not, I will fulfill my responsibility. Following the entry route planned by Velrod, Team B successfully reaches the ventilation ducts just above the lab. Most of them are SMGs. I see, so I'm guessing Velrod will be an SMG if she comes into the game too. Oh, never mind, she's a 32 ACP spy gun. I'm not the most experienced of firearms, but I'm assuming that means a handgun, right? Since spies usually carry a small gun. Like I said, oh, is Velrod going to be an SMG too? And I was instantly proven wrong. Yeah, I didn't get to play through or read the story from the first GFL game yet. I'm kind of planning on doing it pretty soon, but right now, when characters are returning, it's like, yeah, I'm meeting someone new and cool, instead of the reaction that other people have. So she is a pistol user. That makes it likely she'll be in the handgun group. Not that I mind. Although it's really funny to think that Litara used to be a handgun, but now she's not. So it is always possible she might have a different weapon. They peer into the lab through the cracks of the vent. The room is unoccupied, only a handful of equipment is still running and making some rickety noise. No enemy units in sight. No sign of the target item either. Once we're in there, Hopsy and Rushi will search for the solution. Make sure your respective search areas don't overlap. Vector and I will keep moving and be on the lookout. Roger that. The four dolls enter the laboratory through the vent. As Vector gets a better look at the layout of the lab, a certain fragmented scene flashes by quickly in her neural cloud. Evie, what
what's wrong? Rushi asks, sensing her hesitation. This scene feels oddly familiar, like I've been here before. Familiar? Oh, you mean the simulation training we did this morning. It does look a bit similar, but there's no hostage to be rescued this time. Simulation training. Have you also lost this part of your memory? You almost got into a big fight with Wellrod because she didn't stick to the operation plan. You can leave out the superfluous information. You remember most of them? There's definitely going to be more and more previous characters coming into the game soon. So I feel like that would be a good opportunity for me to take a look back at some of the old story before I meet some of them. Although I like that there are new characters too. Like Carolee and Nemesis. They're a really nice pair. I like their dynamic. Wellrod, who is standing guard nearby, suddenly coughs loudly. Wellrod got